If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. We're not happy. Oh. If you're happy and you know you, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know you, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know you, clap your hands. Let's go to the next one. Twinkle, twinkle, how I wonder, up above the world so like a diamond. Twinkle, twinkle, how I wonder. Row, row, row your boat gently on the stream. Again. Row, row, row your boat. Merrily, 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 merrily. Row, row, row your boat. Merrily, 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 merrily. Let's go to the marching songs. Let me start with the two people that I saw here. Marching songs, primary school marching songs.
Row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
Let's go to the next one. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. All right, we're going to the next agenda on the next item on the agenda, and that is the panel. Where's your script? Where's your own script? Are you not the one moderating? Where's your own script? I need to read your script. Your profile. All right. I'll be calling the moderator for the next item on the agenda. Miss Godia Dada is the moderator for the panel. I shall be introducing her panelists and the topic of the panel and what the panel is all about. Miss Godia Dada, please. Please, let's give a resounding round of applause to our moderator, please. A round of applause for the moderator, please.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, top government officials, and everyone joining us both online and on-site. Permit me to stand on existing protocols. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this highly anticipated panel discussion on a topic that's not just relevant, but crucial for our moving from promises to action. I'm Ginom Godiadada, your moderator for today's conversation. I'm honored to be guiding this important dialogue that seeks to unpack how we can turn the ambitious promises of the Renewed Hope Agenda into tangible actions that will shape the future of our nation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome on stage our esteemed panelists. First, in the person of Honorable Ginika Tor Williams. She's the Federal Commissioner, Federal Character representing, and we could please a round of applause for her, please. we have Arebinrin Honorable Princess Dr. Folashade Olabanji Oba, National Chairman, Algon VC. Please, a round of applause for her. Your energy levels are very low. Please, let's do better. We're young people. Please give it up for her. And finally, we have Madam Seki Adam joining us on the panel. She's the APC UK Youth Leader. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as she joins us on stage. Please give it up, give it up. There's something dynamic about this panel. It's all women. So I want you to bring the energy. Ladies in the room, please make some noise. Yeah, we good? Yeah. So I particularly love this panel lineup because, as you can see, you're blessed among women. And I'm sure we all know that when women lead, nations thrive. Powerful, bold, and essential women are the game changers that governance needs. And here with us today are very powerful, very dynamic women who have come to share from their well of knowledge. And today we'll be hearing directly from them on the progresses made, on the challenges faced, and the path forward. So let's dive right into this dialogue and let's get it started. I'll just do a quick read up on the synopsis. So the Renewed Hope Agenda is a bold vision aimed at revitalizing Nigeria's socio-economic landscape, addressing pressing challenges, and fostering a future built on prosperity, accountability, and inclusivity. With promises made across critical sectors like education, healthcare, and employment, this agenda has captured the hopes of millions of Nigerians who yearn daily for tangible improvements in their daily lives. However, the journey from promises to action is fraught with obstacles, from bureaucratic inertia and limited resources to corruption and public skepticism. This panel discussion will seek to explore the practical pathways to transform the ambitious goals of the Renewed Hope Agenda into concrete actions that deliver real benefits to Nigerians. Our distinguished speakers, drawn from government, civil society, youth leadership, and the private sector, will examine the strategies, partnerships, and accountability mechanisms necessary to bridge the gap between policy promises and on-the-ground impact. The conversation will focus on identifying actionable steps, highlighting success stories, and addressing the challenges that must be overcome to ensure that the Renewed Hope Agenda lives up to its potential. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, a round of applause for our panelists. Are we together? Please, a round of applause for our panelists. All right, so let's get into it. Honorable Princess Ma, I would love to start with you. You look super beautiful this morning. Yeah. I'd like to know what exactly is this Renewed Hope Agenda we speak of? In your own opinion, what would you say Renewed Hope Agenda really is? Because we know that this Renewed Hope Agenda has set ambitious targets. So what are some of the first steps you think that are being taken towards ensuring that these promises start to materialize into actions? So basically, we have those promises already. What are some of the things that are being done to materialize, to see that those promises materialize into real-time action?
Hello? Okay, now. Hello? Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I wouldn't want to say that the agenda is ambitious. In order to achieve, you've got to be able to dream first. And this is not just dreaming, this is policies, structural, everything being put in place to really make a Nigeria that is more enabled, flourishing for us all. And in all the sectors, I say a big thank you to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who, at least for the past 3 decades, has worked for what we have today. And so on the national level, this is Nigeria now to the world. It's something that the policies, the templates that are being put in now, people are like, it has to work now. I want to plead with each and every one of us to at least be a bit more patient, okay? The sectors, first the youths, because you will see that he has prioritized the youths. The education, okay? We talked about the grants, we talked about scholarships, and not just grants now, even to the tertiary loans and all that, for people that believe that it would have been impossible for them to be able to go to school. I mean, for somebody like me back in the days, it was just our parents, and if they couldn't pay, that was just it. I mean, I happen to have come from a mother that didn't go to school, but labored for my voice. Not everybody had that. So the government has done something now, which I think is phenomenal, but we all have to collaborate, accept, partner, that we're working for the greatness of this country. Where you don't appreciate or believe in cannot bless you. First, then we talk about the revolution of the food security, the sector, agri, okay? So much of anger being out there because of the prices going up. So he has gone beyond just palliatives, okay? Now, actually empowering the farmers, technology, innovations, okay, to say, okay, we can think, our number is our greatest asset. And one thing that is obvious is that we must be intentional at making sure that the food security is prioritized, okay? And you go on the technology. Every part of the world has a Nigerian, honestly, at the end of affairs somewhere, holding it up. And you can imagine, we underestimate the power that we have. Human capacity, I'm talking about. If you look at what we have in here, it is a pride to any nation to have this. And the JAPA sector that we are saying everybody is going, we want to make it less attractive. And it can only be if we have a secured environment. So in the security department, he has also gone out the welfare of our military equipment and all, and also getting us more sensitive programs to where, I mean, state policing and all in all the different states now, to where they can quickly address some of this. Then you talk about the housing sector. I mean, the numbers needed to be all worked up. So Federal Housing Authority, if you look at what they're doing now, even mortgages now being out there for people that can afford. So it is unending, but we need to at least familiarize ourselves. Go out of our way to get what is out there. Most times people complain because they don't know. So more has to go into the sensitizing, advocacy, and all that for us all. Thank you
very much, ma'am. I think I what you said about the fact that we need to partner with the government.
Yes.
And I think it's very interesting how you spoke on the youth aspect and all that the current administration is doing. And so in the light of that, I would like to throw this question at you. Young people are often the most hopeful, but also impacted by broken promises. What do you think can be done to ensure that the Renewed Hope agenda translates into real opportunities for the youth? Because like we discussed on one of the panels yesterday, the current administration, there's youth inclusion, but we're asking, are we really welcome at the table? Beyond the appointments and all of that, are there any tangible, impactful changes that we're seeing? So what do you think can be done in that light to see that the youth inclusion through the Renewed Hope agenda actually translates into real-time opportunities for young people in this country?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question, and very well said, Princess. I appreciate everything you said. Well, I'm actually going to speak from experience. I'm the APC UK youth leader, fine, but I'm a Nigerian. And we have a lot of Nigerians in the diaspora, just like Princess is highly highlighted. A lot of Nigerians are doing so well in the US, wherever, in the UK, in the diaspora in general. And how are they able to do this? Is by the support of the government, right? So, and this is why I keep saying to people, when they complain about the Nigerian government, I say to them, you don't want to be part of the change, to actually make the change and see the change yourself. So now, if you want to be just like the inclusive event, panel they had yesterday, you need to either start from the grassroots. You can even pick up a form for a councillor, for a local government. Pick up that form, start from there, be involved in the process, then you can actually effect the change that you want. Number one. Number two is with the initiative, the Renewed Hope initiatives. We had an X-Space a couple of weeks ago, and we had the likes of Honorable Mobolaji Ogunlende, Commissioner for Lagos. We had Honorable Sunday Dari. We had Shegun Dada. We had so many leaders come and join to speak to the youth. And we also had, a security expert, IT expert speak as well. We had about, like I said, 1,800 people tuned in. And most of the questions that were being addressed were people actually not aware of the benefits that was actually benefit them themselves. In diaspora, we have the government supporting us. When you want to go to school, you get the student loan. You get, some sort of grant that will help you while you're in school. And also when you want to set up a business, you can actually get support as well. The government, our president, part of his manifesto, which is actually implemented now, is to help us with student loan, and that's comes to effect. And a lot of youth are not even benefiting from this. Are they not aware? I don't know. Are they actually benefiting? I don't know. So those are what kind of thing that we picked on, because we're like, why are you not assessing these opportunities that are there for you? Mm-hmm. Also the loan as well that we talked about. In general, they actually contribute 90% in the UK to the economic growth. In Nigeria, I think it's about 96 as well. If we imagine the percentage of youth that we have in the UK, are they able to actually, access this fund to be able to set up their own business? You don't have to wait to go and get a job. You can actually access, your own. You have your own idea, and then you have access to this fund. So you can always meet halfway and, execute whatever projects that you have instead of waiting to go and secure a job. Yeah. The NAYSC is being restructured. The government is doing that. The housing initiative as well. The government is looking at building renewed homes for people. You can access the credit funds to be able to help you get a mortgage, also pay off if you have to get a car. Yeah. So the benefits are there that the government has actually put in place. Now, the issue that I'm kind of having, and this is what I've been promoting to people is, especially the youth, is, are you actually tapping into the benefits that are there for you? In the UK, it's there. Mm-hmm. And that's why you can see that people will conveniently go to uni in school in the UK. They conveniently go to school. They don't have to worry about their parents having to pay for their fees, because why? It's there for them. Yeah. And if you are even out of school, you can always, get the funding. And the government has put that into this to appeal to all the youth. Please, if you are now aware about these benefits, you have your youth leaders. You have your youth leaders, you have people in your government. I'm sure that there's so many information about this on social media. You can ask, you know, how can we tap into this? Even if you don't understand what's out there for you, beneficial to you, you can speak to them like, okay, this is my situation. We have the artisan initiative as well. I'm a dropout. I can't go to school, or I'm a mechanic. What access is there for me? What support can I get? And you'll be part of the artisan project as well. We have the initiative for the IT, for the technical. You know, so many projects like as well that are actually part of the renewed hope. Let's all come out and tap into this to be able to build the youth, to be able to build our country, and see Nigeria. We are doing so well when it comes to Afrobeat. We are taking the world. We are taking over the world. Nollywood, even people in US, even people that can't even speak Yoruba, understand Yoruba, they're actually watching the Yoruba movie and they're like, you know, thumbs up. I'm seeing their comments, I'm thinking, he can't even speak this English. So why can't we also take over with our skills? You know, be IT, whatever skills we have, why can't we take over, you know, just drop out and let's let them know that Nigerian youth are doing great and we have so much power and passion in us. Thank you.
I like what you said, but I think that I speak for a number of youth in the room when I say that we would probably love a situation where we didn't even have to consider having to leave the country or being Nigerians in diaspora. We would rather we didn't have to take loans to go to school, right? You've said that places like the UK, their structures, their systems work. I think that that's because they have a system of meritocracy. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we were able to build our nation in a way where meritocracy, you know, is the order of the day? You know that if you're good enough, then you can actually get into a position and not necessarily because of who you know. Because at the end of the day, all of the loans, all of the, what's it called? All of the loans, all of the appointments may really not be enough to cater to all of us youth, you know? So what would you say could be sort of like a buffer for that?
All right, thank you for that question again. I think when the state minister was speaking yesterday, he did say something like, this is a government that will allow a son of nobody to become somebody,
Absolutely.
Right? He said that, and I echo that. A lot of, I think Ogunlende said the same thing, like, you know, he's coming from the corporate background, but he's actually been appointed, he's now a commissioner. So it's not about who you know anymore. That is what this government is about. It's not about who you know, it's about what you can give, what you have in you. And that was why I said earlier that you can even start from being a counselor. You know, pick up the phone. You know, going to being a counselor, start from there, and then start working your way up. You know, number one. Number two is, I did say also about the benefits. If you are not trying to find more information about it, there's no way you'll be able to know what is out there for you. I think what was in the South zonal youth that I was talking earlier, speaking about, you know, I was able to raise so many, you know, mobilize so many people to come to the party and stuff like that. A lot of people that I know in the party, I don't want to start mentioning names, they weren't exactly son of somebody. They go into the party based on the fact that they did something good, and then they recognize their talent, their skill set.
So they're resourceful.
And they're resourceful, and they plug them in, and that's what the power of this movement. A lot of people in the UK as well, it doesn't matter that we're actually based in the diaspora. A lot of us that are actually part of this, we have our own businesses, we have our own, you know, things that we do in our own corner. We have our own day-to-day job.
Absolutely.
Like I have to take a week off to come here. I already arrived on Monday. I took a week off. But point is this: we have our own thing we do, but then because we have the passion for the development of our country. That's why we're part of this movement. And I think that for this party itself, it's very, very open to anybody. So you don't have to know somebody. If you can engage the right person, I'm sure that Honorable Daya Israel is accessible to a lot of people. Absolutely. They can contact him anytime, either via his Instagram, you know, whatnot, message him, and he will respond to them. Because a lot of people have confirmed to me that he did respond to them. You know, and, you know, if you don't have to come to me, you can come to me, you know, follow us on at X, you know, Instagram, Facebook, try and reach out to APC UK Youth Leader, and we can always try and facilitate that for you. If you know somebody that actually can access or maybe give you the right channel to whatever it is you require, we can put that through for you and we'll be able to help you. Point is this: we want to work with everybody. This government is willing to work with anybody and everybody, as long as you have what it takes. Even if you're struggling, we'll be willing to build your capacity to the level at which you can achieve your aim, your goals in life. And I think that's what it's about.
Thank you very much. So I think for young progressives in the room, a major takeaway from what Madam Seke has said is there is need to build capacity as a person. You must be resourceful. You must be a person who has value to add in order for, because like she has said, the party is one that has given room such that the son of a nobody can actually be a somebody in this nation. And I think that that's very commendable. Thank you very much, Ma. Honorable Gineka. So I'll just throw this question to you very quickly. Many Nigerians feel... People are not hearing. Okay. All right. So many Nigerians feel disconnected from, high policy discussions. There's all these policy conversations that happen here and there. But what do you think are some strategies that can be used to involve communities directly so that our voices are actually heard, in order to properly implement the Renewed Hope agenda?
Hello, youth. Hello, youth. I'm standing up. Oh. Hello, youth. All the things, imagine these great speakers, all we have said. If I ask you what you heard, you know. Hello. Okay, I'm going to start with a song. I heard your question. I will start with a song. And that song is for you. And it says, you gotta get up. You gotta get up and make a move. Or the world will never see you till you do. They don't really care about what you're going through. You gotta show. Are you there? Yeah, let's go. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yeah.
Rise and sing this song. Let them see you. Make a move. You were the ones on the street, were you not? We'll never see you till you do. They don't really care about what you're going through. If not, where are the ministers? Show them.
Yes.
You gotta show them the real you. You gotta give them what you got. Package it, package it. You are strong. See, I am strong. See, I am wise. You are worth beyond 1,000 reasons why. Youth! Because you can't be perfect, baby. They should start studying your patience. No one is perfect. No everyone in this world like you. Are you there? Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. Rise now. What do you do when you can't let go? What do you say when you just don't know how you feel? Because nobody knows how you feel. You were on the street by that way, and day by day is the struggle. In this world, you have to hustle. You're not alone or by yourself. It's okay to ask for help. Now listen, people will find you, but they don't define. Don't let them define you. You work, you must be paid. That's the way work or chop. People will find. Where are the ministers? Where are the ministers? Let me tell you, you are the work of art, but you didn't know you got this far. Now here you are. We walk. You are wise. Let me tell you, you are well beyond 1,000 reasons why. You cannot be perfect. Make them know the time of patience. No. There's nobody in this world like you. You say like me.
you very much, Honorable Ginika. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for her, please.
You're the perfect baby. No one is perfect, darling. I love you, George. I love Mommy Ashiwaju. I love Shetima. No. Igbo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ginika.
I just want to get your attention. Don't be discouraged. I said it yesterday. We say renewed hope. Promises to action. There's no action after promises when the people who joined you in giving the promises are left behind.
Absolutely.
Hello? I'm talking to our president. I know they fear. I'm talking to my mommy, the lovely mommy Ashiwaju. I know they fear. I'm talking to Shetima, our vice president, who saw me in Kano and said, Madam Igbokwenu, I'm proud of you. You were the first Igbo group that came out to speak to us. Where are we? We have not been remembered. What promises can be kept when those who made the promises with you are left behind? It cannot be achieved. Those who are passionate about you are left behind. And we say we renew hope. We are passionate about the renewed hope. Even if fuel is going to cost 2,000, we are the ones who will tell the people why they should be patient. Because we are passionate. Do you have another party? Some of us are going through humiliations in our state. When you give a man who did not believe that you will win as the president, you gave him minister in my state, Enugu state, and you expect there should be renewed hope from where? When we had a program in Eagle Square, I heard people shouting minimum wage instead of my Jagaban. Say Jagaban! Say Jagaban! Do you have another one? We can't change party. We walk, we go chop. No worry. Wait till I talk. We walk, we go chop. Don't underestimate the power of the youth. The youth were there on the street. The youth must be remembered. I be youth, oh, I never old. 50 years, not be old age. Do I look old? So, I have said the truth. And the truth is, our government, we know you are looking for how you will establish and make meaning in Nigeria. But at the same time, we have people who are capable among those who were on the streets for you. I am LLB, I am LLM, I have Harvard, I have Cambridge, I'm doing my Oxford. So what's there? So please be patient. Hello?
Hi.
Let's be patient. Because we don't have another government than this. On this note, I'm rounding up by saying, all we are saying, this is the time for a change. The real renewed hope is about to emerge. And let me tell you, while you are there on the street, don't ever fail to speak for this government.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward very quickly, can I invite for a goodwill message the former Nigerian ambassador to Jamaica and the managing director of the Abuja Investment Company, Her Excellency Ambassador Juicinia Tamuno. Please give her a big round of applause as she gives us a goodwill message. Former Nigerian ambassador to Jamaica and the current MD of Abuja Investment Company.
We're having on stage the former Nigerian ambassador to Jamaica and the current managing director of Abuja Investment Company Limited. You're welcome, ma.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we give 3 gbosa to the national? Can we give 3 gbosa to the national youth leader? Gbosa, gbosa, gbosa. I bring you warm greetings, and I'm very delighted to be here. As a grassroots woman, it was important for me to come. And as a friend of the youth, I call myself a youth most of the time. The topic is very clear: shaping the future we want. The future is now. I am one of the leaders that believes that the future is now and that you can be whatever you want to be. And I'm so excited at the topic, when I heard the topic that they wanted us to treat, talking about disruptive leadership. All you need to do as a young growing up person is to look for somebody to look up to. Especially as a politician, you're from the grassroots. Who is that person that you're looking up to that can give you advice on what to do? You need to be able to talk to someone, to ask them what to do. As a politician, you can get to where you want to get to. As a female politician from Rivers State, I'd like to tell you that I've been in politics steadily for 18 years. You see somebody standing before you who has been a member of the House of Assembly, who has been an elected local government chairman, who has been on several boards, states and local governments, who has been on different pedestal, up to representing Nigeria as Nigerian president in Jamaica. So I've come today to tell you, you can. Say to yourself, I can. Say to yourself, I can. Because I sat down like you 18 years ago and decided to shape my future in politics. But you have to advance in association, in discussion, in talking to people. You have to network. You have to look for mentors. You have to be stable. Once you have a stable character and build capacity, I'll tell you that the sky will be your stepping stone. I wish you well as you sit down. Enjoy your stay in Abuja. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Nigeria's former ambassador to Jamaica. While the program was taking, while she was speaking, we had the senior special assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on social events, Honorable Atika Ajana, who walked in. Please, let's give her a round of applause to Honorable Atika Ajana, please. We also have in our midst the SSA to the President on Community Engagement Northwest, Dr. Abdullahi Akasai. Please, a hand of applause for him, please. We also have on our midst his colleague from the North Central, Honorable Abiodun Eset, SSA to the President on Community Engagement North Central. We will be going to the next panel shortly, and the next panel is about protests to policy reform. The moderator of the panel is Ima Isa, and on the panel we'll be having Ife Adebayo, Dotun Omole, His Excellency Elijah Oyegba, Saidu Ahmed, Hawaliman, Atika Ajana, Honorable Nafisat Buge, and Abdulaziz Kaka Abakar. But before then, we'll be inviting Fumi Olotu for a goodwill message. Fumi Olotu, please. She's one of the newly appointed program managers under the National Social Investment.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, greatest APC youths, or do we call it Nigerian youth? Because I see a combination of youths here today. My name is Fumi Olotu, the program manager of National Social Safety Net Coordinating Office. Well, my goodwill message is very short. All I have to say to every youth seated here is that indeed we are the future of this country. Whatever you sow today is what we will reap tomorrow. And I just want to encourage everyone not to give up. You can start how you are. You grow along the way. Don't give up. That's going to be my key message here today. Do not give up. The road might look tough. Yes, everyone has something to do, something to say, something to contribute. Just start as you are. Continue to do it. Continue to do it. You will be recognized one way or the other. Do not give up. So I want you to leave today with do not give up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fumi Olutu, the Program Manager, National Safety Net Coordinating Office. Ladies and gentlemen, before the panel comes up, I will also be calling for a goodwill message. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement Northwest, Dr. Abdullahi Akasai, for a goodwill message, please. Dr. Abdullahi Akasai, please.
The great Nigerian youth, the great Nigerian youth, the great Nigerian women, the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian women and youth. A very good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here to support this program organized by my brother, the leader of the Nigerian youth, the leader of the greatest party in Africa, Honorable Dayo Israel, the youth leader of our great party, the APC. This is a remarkable event because I feel I can see faces of young Nigerians that are ready to take the mantle of leadership in the near future. I can see the brilliance, I can see the capacity of this youth, and I believe if we go on like this, bringing ourselves together, talking to one another on how best we can bring out the leaders of tomorrow, I think there's no better platform than this platform. So I encourage every one of us to listen to all the discussions and make sure we take back the messages, all the things we've learned here, we take it back to our various communities and make sure we educate our young ones on the need for us to have a synergy to bring about positive change in our teeming youth, because that demography, our demography, constitutes over 65% of the Nigerian population. So if you work it out of the 220 million Nigerians, we're saying the youth constitute nothing less than 160 million of Nigerians. I wish you well. I wish you a very pleasant day today, and may all the good things that will come out of this bring about a positive change to our country. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you, my brother. So, quick one. I'm not meant to come to the stage here, but they have stopped buses from coming from Eagle Square here because according to Villa protocol, the hall is full. Even though we have seats that are empty, at the back, the people that own those seats are outside. So ushers, protocol, stewards, please ensure everybody in the passage comes into the hall. If we can't confirm that we have empty seats, Villa security will not allow the buses to leave Eagle Square. And what that means is that you are going to be shortchanging people who have come, sitting down in the bus waiting to come here. So please, I beg you, everybody at the back, sit down. We also want to serve lunch today at 12. We have more than enough food for everyone. We want to, this is 10 to 12. If you don't sit down, we're not going to serve food. They've started serving the food. Please, everybody, sit down. Ushers, I want everybody in the passage outside to come inside. Please help me make sure everybody sits down. Everybody sits down. We need to know how many seats is left before they allow another bus to come. We have 4 buses loaded with people at Eagle Square, but they have not been given clearance to come because they say that the hall is filled. And I see empty chairs. They say people are standing. Please come inside and sit down. Ushers, do your work. Protocol, do your work. Timmy, I don't need you standing there. Go outside and make sure everybody, Timmy, Gani, Ake, make sure everybody at the back comes into the hall. Please. Thank you.
Are the panel ready? All right. No. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be on our seats? Ladies and gentlemen,
South Youth Leader, Oyas, your movement is distracting people. Please come back and sit down so that they don't follow you. Please sit down, everybody. Sit down.
ladies and gentlemen, today has already been packed with full insights, bold ideas, and kind of discussions that make you sit up and say, this is why we are here. From the inspiring panels that we just had yesterday and today, we've seen firsthand that it means what it means to make a change. But don't think for a second that we're slowing down. In fact, we're about to crank it up even higher. We've got some more incredible speakers lined up, more opportunities to connect, and of course, more chances to shape the future we want to see. Up next, we'll be having the next panel that will be speaking on protest to policy. I'll be having our panelists on stage now. But before then, I'll be inviting the moderator of this panel, in person of Honorable Ima Isa, to please come on stage, please. Honorable Ima Isa. The panel will be speaking on policy to protest policy reform. Also on the panel, we'll be having Ife Adebayo. Ife Adebayo, please. We'll be having Dotun Omole on stage, please. Dotun Omole. Also on the panel, we'll be having His Excellency Elijah Oyegba. His Excellency, please. Also on the panel, we'll be having Saidu Ahmed. We'll also be having our one and only SSA on social events, Honorable Atika Ajana, as part of the panelists, please. Honorable Atika, please. Also on the panel, we have Hawa Liman. We also have on the panel Honorable Abdulaziz Kaka Abakar. Honorable Abdulaziz Kaka, please. Also on the panel, we have Honorable Nafisat Bugi. This panel will be speaking on protest policy reform. And the moderator of this panel is no one but Ima Isa, who is the secretary of Jagaban Army. Ima Isa, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our able and capable youth here present this very important day. I welcome you. Now, this topic is a very, very important topic as it relates to youth. Youth has been the engine room of governance, policy, development in every country, and youth across Nigeria, we are gathered here today. One of the reasons why we are gathered here is to influence, motivate, encourage, and promote policy formation, policy directions that will bring development to Nigeria, our beloved country. And we have, if you see, everyone here present on this stage at one point or the other were student union leader, they have led protests, they have been among comrades of different category. So they have the experience that we are going to share today, and be rest assured that we are going to do justice to it. So now, this is the policy, the topic, protest to policy formulation and policy reform. Now, every country, at one point or the other, there were protests. From the human rights protest of United States of America that led to the black voting, women voting, to the Arab Spring that led to the change that Arabs are enjoying today, and we drive down to our own very good country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and SARS protests that led to the end of some policies and programs of police that brought reforms to the police and human rights sector of Nigeria. You will see even our own party at one point led very massive, well-organized, well-coordinated protests that made government to come up with different policy under the PDP and led to the emergence of APC today. Now, but we have also seen protests that have been motivated by hatred, bigotry, and desire to bring down government. This is not what we are saying. So we are now looking at how can we say you can protest, you have the right, every human being has the right to protest, is enshrined in the Constitution of Nigeria. How can you protest and it will make government to listen to you and make effect, bring changes to what we are clamoring for? For instance, in Nigeria today, recently some group of people came out and said, we want to protest, we want to bring end to bad governance. They even target aping power and all those things, and the government said, okay, we have heard you, but they are saying, no, we want the government to. So we are going to look at the diverse protests that's held from Nigeria to United States of America to South Africa, apartheid and all those things, and how it has led to some of these reforms that those countries are enjoying today. So I want to give you two minutes. you share your thought, your understanding about protest, the good, the bad side of protest, and how an effective communication between the protesters and the policy formation or policy makers can bring the desired result for the good of all. Please, let me just start from my brother by my right-hand side there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Please, before you continue, please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I beg you in the name of God, please, can we pay attention? This is for us, is all about us. When the end bad governance came, the president, everyone said, we should listen, and we listen. We refuse to participate in the protest. Now we are here to speak. Let the government hear and let the government listen to us. Is it not good? Because we are going to give 2 minutes also to about 3 persons from the midst of us here to speak. Please, just listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, the question you just asked borders on the effect or the impact of protest in our society. And I would like to put it this way. Protest is one of the greatest ingredients of democracy. And is also another mechanism for people or the masses to communicate, to explore, to checkmate, and to also converse with the government, and to also correct what they perceive to be, inappropriate in a policy that government is about to take, or a policy that has already been implemented, which people think has probably maybe negative impact or that is not well designed, on people. And it is expected that people will always find a means to communicate their grievances or their displeasure to government, either at the local level, at the state level, or at the national level, in order to effect that correctness or, make what is not right to be right. Can I proceed?
Thank you.
I'm not done, but okay. So
just continue.
Protest across the world has actually impacted a whole lot, and in Nigeria as a country, take it.
Just. Okay, please. I think I need to speak like the Senate President. Order, honorable colleagues, please order. Minority Leader, please can you pay attention to what is going on there? Minority Leader. Chief Whip, please can you call attention of the Senator, please? Minority Leader, please can you pay attention to what is happening there? Thank you very much. Please, my brother, continue.
So, coming back to Nigeria as a country, in 2011, 2012, we witnessed the protest against subsidy removal under the leadership of President Goodluck Jonathan. And at that time, the government was held standstill. And that protest made the president to realize that, yes, people has a voice. And if given the opportunity, they will always communicate, their mind to the government. Yes, no government is perfect.
Yes.
That's the honest truth, because government is made up of people of different background, different understanding about life and administrative principles. But we can't just leave governance to people in power alone. And the only way people on the streets, people at every level of government can actually communicate and also impact and influence, actions of government is to protest sometimes.
Thank you.
So we are not saying it's the most perfect procedure of correcting leadership.
Thank
but
you.
It's also one of the greatest means or one of the greatest tools that people can actually use to pass message,
express their view,
yeah,
and government will listen. Now, my brother, I just want you to share your thoughts, your understanding about protest and the history of protest in Nigeria between the government and the protesters, from NLC to young people to different views. How has it fared? And moving forward, how do you think that protest can be properly organized within the the right of the protesters, not with the hatred or the ulterior motive of so-called protesters.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure being here. I'd like to say a very big thank you to the National Youth Leader, the Deputy National Youth Leader, for inviting me to be part of this. Protests, which is a semblance of what's going on right behind there, is one of the means that people use to express their grievance. Whenever people are dissatisfied, protest is always one of the ways that is allowed by our Constitution for people to express what they are not happy about. But a couple of things, given the history of what has happened in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and of course, lessons that can be learned across the globe, it's always important that whenever a protest needs to happen, that you begin with the end in mind. The challenge with protests is that whereas you know what you want to protest about, you actually have no control over the next person that is beside you. So that's why it's always advised that before protest happens, people that are leading the protest must be out there willing to negotiate, so that if it comes to a point where you are called onto the table to come and have a dialogue, there will be people that will be ready to have that dialogue. What has happened in Nigeria is that because the protesters or people that are leading the protests have unknown faces, it becomes even a problem for you to find a platform to negotiate. The last protest that happened, that's the End Bad Governance protest, there was a lot of stakeholder engagement. The federal government tried to reach out to the religious leaders, they tried to reach out to political leaders, they tried to reach out to even community leaders. But of course, on the side of the protesters, there were actually nobody coming to say that we are the organizers to be able to engage government, which is a problem, okay? But if a protest is for the purpose of effecting change, then the people that are leading the protest must be out there and be willing at every particular point in time to speak to government, because what's the point of having a protest when you clearly cannot sit down and engage? So what we're saying is that while protest is something that is good, it's important that the leaders will be out there and ready to engage, because at the end of the day, some of the demands you want to have, and why, you know, the reason we are speaking to our youth today is because for you to engage in any protest, you must be able to itemize your demand. You must be able to tell government that these are your policy options as well. We must have like a shadow cabinet that is telling the government, okay, you want to do this, why don't you consider this alternative at the same time?
Thank you.
So at the end of the day, once a protest is led by people that are visible and are ready to engage, then you achieve the mission. But if it's led by people that have political and sinister motives, you are very unlikely to achieve the mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask the Senior Special Assistant to the President on social event, and you know, the young people are the ones that are social. So social media is one of the very important tools for mobilizing for change, protest. Now, I remember one of the policy of our administration recently, when the board of university and higher institution came out, people took to social media, Twitter, and the listening president paid attention, and instantly he gave his directive that board appointment be reviewed. Now, I'm going to ask you, how do we use social media to call the attention of the policymakers towards the demand and the need of the citizen who will want to go on protest? Using your idea, you were once outside, now you are inside in government, you have both experience, so share with us.
Thank you very much, moderator. We all know that social media is the master tool now, master tool of communication around the world. So it's a tool that these governments have been using very frequently, and we have a very powerful media team, because each time a narrative is pushed out there, the people on the other side try to hijack it, and it's very, very easy to manipulate people with false news, fake news, false information, under the pretense of, oh, things are hard, some policies are biting, And the president have never been unaware of the fact that some of these policies have biting effect on the citizens. And he had also in various engagement opportunities communicated to Nigerians that, look, it's just like a baby waiting to be born. Those burdens that are being faced by the mother carrying the pregnancy is what we are facing right now. But what comes after 9 months is the delivery of the baby, and this will come with lots of joy, peace, and relief. That's what is going to happen, and we've tried to communicate this across social media platforms. And that's why when I heard about bad governance, and I said, okay, we're missing the point. First of all, if you want to communicate to people, if you want to invite people to join any form of protest, you need to be honest about the intent of the protest. So in the first place, they started with end hunger. We all know there is hunger in the land, and we all know that most of our borders are still closed. And before you knew it, people hijacked it, and they named it bad governance. And the hashtag bad governance travels so fast because of the power of social media. So we need to also always make intentional effort to put the right narratives out there. Like some of those young men in the north that have been charged with treasonable offense by lifting the flag of Russia, doesn't even know what they were doing. Most of them didn't even know that the flag they were holding was a flag of a nation. So that's social media. They just saw people on social media lifting a flag, and they joined. So we need to put the narratives out right. We need to always try to communicate. When you know something that the government is doing, and you know policies that are beginning to yield a lot of positive results, we should make just effort as party people, as country faithfuls, as patriotic Nigerians to put it out there on social media where we know information spreads like wildfire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, please, we are going to give 2 persons from the to ask question or make contribution 1 minute. Please, so pay attention to what they are saying so that you'll be able to get something, either to ask question or make your contribution. My brother, let me skip you and go to my sister over there. My sister, now I want to ask question. When you want to protest, there must be a reason. That is not working? Okay. When you want to protest, there must be a reason, there must be a goal. And your goal, you need to get stakeholders to be on board with you, right? When NLC want to protest about either minimum wage or the living condition of the workers, you will always hear them that the leaders will want to go and have conversation with other bodies, from ASU to TUC and all those things. Now, what is the role of stakeholders' engagement in protesting to bring out the outcome, the desired outcome? What I mean is that, okay, one person cannot just stand up and say, I want to lead protest. You need to engage stakeholders. You need to engage people and call other attentions that will get the attentions of the policymakers, thereby leading to reforms that would have been the goal, the targeted goal, right? So what is where the role of stakeholders comes in and conversation before protest or a roundtable discussion?
Thank you very much. I think the first thing that initiates protest is a common displeasure that certain group of people decide to identify, probably identify, and because it's more like a common interest to them and a common problem to them that they are set to tackle, they come together as a common interest group, say to each other that this thing that is going wrong, we don't want it, is not a good thing to us, is a kind of displeasure to us. We need to bring like minds together inform them. Those that are not well educated and enlightened on the problem at hand, you inform them and you bring them all together. I think that is the initial stage of protest, and those are the people we call key stakeholders. They are majorly like-minded individuals who have identified a common problem, a common interest, and a common problem they are set to tackle. Those are stakeholders. And the initial stage of protest, like you rightly said, you have to, one person cannot just stage a protest and succeed. It has to be a kind of collective effort between different stakeholders and different like-minded individuals with common goal, particularly identifying common problems that they are set to tackle. In the country so far, Nigeria has experienced different protests. Even all over the world, we've seen protests. We have seen the style being used. We have also seen the outcome. Myself, I was directly involved in the NSAS protest in 2020 in the country. But however, you realize that just like protest is good, you bring people together, like I said, who form stakeholders of common interest, they identify a common problem they are set to tackle. You bring them all together to show your displeasure to the policymakers and government officials.
Okay. Thank you. We don't have time now, so please, I want you to round up faster.
Okay.
Yes.
So you bring them all together. However, like I said, I was directly involved in the NSAS protest in 2020. That NSAS protest in 2020 changed my mindset about governance, made me participate fully in governance, because I believe that to make a change, you must take part in order to take charge in the country. And that alone has made me the youngest commissioner in the whole of Nigeria today. I decided to say that I look at it from another angle, a better angle myself. I sat down and I started questioning myself that several protests have taken place in this country. We've seen people. What has this thing? How has it favors the young people? It is common and easy for us to take to the streets, go to the streets, protest anytime we see something uncomfortable, anytime we want to get the attention of the government officials. But how are we taking part in order to take charge of these things we are requesting from these people? And I decided to say, okay, I think the best way as young ones that you can protest and make life better for yourself is to get yourself involved in governance. And this starts from party structures. You can better protest at the initial stage of decision-making for parties. For instance, the primary stage of elections, where parties will get people that represent them. You have to take charge in politics, because you can't say you hate policies and you want policy reform.
Thank you.
You have to be a politician.
Thank you.
Sometimes I'm bringing it from a political dimension this time around. That's 2020 NSAS protest. I was a panelist in the Judicial Panel of Inquiry. From there, I decided to involve myself and engage in different political movements in my state. I am from Kwara State. I am currently the Commissioner for Environment and Forestry in Kwara
Thank you.
I decided to do this. I realized that instead of begging a particular government official to make life better for me, I can definitely make life better for myself by taking part in order to take charge of the decision making.
Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for her. You can see a comrade in her. I will reserve my comment until later. I will tell you what is the comment. Now, I want to ask my brother, before the mic gets to, you have 2 minutes, please. In the face of police attack on protesters, what is your advice for leaders of protesters when police, they are having a crackdown or a face-to-face confrontation with law enforcement agencies? What is your advice? How do you think that protesters, because we have young people today, tomorrow it might be you and I that will be on the road protesting for the good of the land. So we have generally accepted that protest is good, but the process of protesting need to be looked into, right? So when we are confronted with law enforcement cracking down on protesters, what is your advice on maintaining the right of the protesters?
Thank you so much. I am a youth, and I've been participating in the protests when I was the age of 17. And I know fully well that for every protest, there is always a rule of the game. Those who are protesting, there's a rule guiding them. There's a rule guiding the government. The government part is to ensure that it gives the people, the protesters, the constitutional right to protest. The security agency has the right to ensure the safety of those who are even protesting and the government functions. First of all, I think if I may make quickly a system analysis on the August protest. First, if we look at the political economy of the protest, we begin to see things like the cost and the economics of the destructions of lives and property. And by then, we now begin to ask ourselves these questions. At the end of the day, if the protesters are not rightly guided or they are not following the rule, who now pay for the cost of the destructions they made? If, for example, protestants destroy schools and government parastatals, at the end of the day, the government still has to come back and fix the school because your kids, my children, your children needs to resume school, needs to go back to school. If protesters destroy government parastatals, at the end of the day, the government still needs to go back and fix those parastatals because at the end of the day, people still need to go back to work. If all these things are not checked, there are going to be serious issues. And again, if we look at the social epistemology of the August protest, we'll now take a look at things like the origin of the protest, the psychology of the protest, and the implicit and explicit weaponization of the protest by some big guys who felt that they can use the protest to to portray that the president is maybe weak or he's not fit to govern, or because they are cooking some agendas against the 2027 election.
Thank you.
All this is before and after the protest.
Thank
I'm
you.
very much aware that there are ideological and policy bifurcations regarding the subsidy regime.
Thank you.
But the issue is, as we are talking about the problems, why is it that at the same time we are not talking about the efforts that the APC government is making, that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is making? Why are we not talking about the local government autonomy? Why are we not talking about the student loan? Why are we not talking about the $5 billion loan that the President remitted for us? Why are we not talking about the student investment fund?
Yes.
Why are we not talking about the CNG buses? Why are we not talking about all this effort?
Thank
we
you.
should concentrate on the problem. Whether
Thank
we
you.
like it or
Thank
not,
you.
democracy is a synthesis of
Thank you.
perfection and imperfection.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, finally, my brother, please help him with the mic. My brother, you have been in government. When protesters come out on the streets or in facilities to present their desire, now, what are the advice? The post-protest follow-up. Because it's one thing for you to come out and say, this is our desired government, you are not meeting it, or we are not feeling the way you are going. Even among the party faithful, once in a while we protest the policy or direction of the party. What is your advice about post-protest follow-up for effective implementations of the set goal? Please, you have 2 minutes and we round up.
APC.
We're answering one question.
APC. APC.
They said for him, we'll round up.
This one a party event. So more talk as party people, Abi. No be all this long English. If you take good care of, especially your party structure, all these minor protests will not even come on board. Let me make reference to the NBAD governance protests. If you see, there are some states that it didn't even fly because the intention, just like my sister mentioned, plays a key role in whatever decision or whatever the motive of the protest is. That's what determines if it will yield positive results or negative. You made mention of one instance where people, especially our party people, protested when the boards, list for boards came out, and then our president listened, and he had to make sure it was reviewed. So that's the essence of intention, like I made mention, and then we have a president that has listening ears. So what we normally do is we just go to the streets. Politicians, especially the oppositions, they hijack this protest, and then at the end of the day, they don't even have a post-protest plan. Their only plan is maybe to cause anarchy, because you cannot go on street and demand the president to resign, or you cannot go on the street and say end President Tinubu or so presidents. After all, he has 4 years tenure. So once your demands are legit, you have good intentions, I believe every movement has legal team that would guide them through whatever decision they want to take. And then after that, they follow, be it through the courts or be it through the National Assembly. So that's the only way to effectively bring about change in protests that you made mention.
Thank you very much. I promise that we are going to give one person, 2 persons, but as it were, I can see about 10 hands. See, please forgive me, the time has elapsed. We may not give you because the MC is on my neck, but what we have agreed here today is that it is our right to protest, even as we were here yesterday, to today, then to tomorrow. We are protesting on some of the policies of the party. We work for the party, and so many of us are not giving recognition, and we are protesting. Is that not so? Now, how you protest and send your message is also one of the reasons we discussed here. My sister talked about how to program your statement, how to project your goal, and make the government or the policymaker to listen to you. And my brother talked about follow-up to make sure that there is effective implementation of your set goal. Is that also? And my sister shared her example of the days of NSAS protest and how some of the outcome has led to the change of mind and who she is today. So I want to encourage us, anytime you find yourself either leading a protest or organizing protest, you must follow this process and you see to it that your protest, your set goal will bring about the change that you desire, and our country, Nigeria, our party will be better for it. Thank you very much for listening to us. My name is Imaisa. I am a public affairs analyst. I am an event MC. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you. There's no time. Can you give us just 3 minutes to take contribution? Okay. The national youth leader said, please write down your questions and it will be taken. Let me stand. You see what you have done. DJ, please. DJ, what you have just done now is called protest. And the listening national youth leader has given 3 minutes. So the first 3 persons to come here will contribute. The first 3 persons to come here. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
They called all the ministers of youth affairs of the 8 countries. They met in Bangladesh. And as I'm speaking to you today, it was established officially. So I'm so proud to say that I brought an idea that became a global force. And it has been accepted. As I'm speaking to you,
please. Okay, thank you. You can go back.
It's just 3 months old. So we are still working on it. Your sister.
Number 1, you. Number 2.
She really did well for me, but she still owes me something.
Line up now, line up, line up, line up, line up, line up. Line up. Is part of protest. Thank you, is part of protest. And your... Thank you, we are hearing you and we will attend to you. Please line up. Please. Oga, thank you.
This is it. This is Ismail, who worked in Turkey, Friends of Foreign Affairs. Assalamu alaikum. Any update regarding your nomination?
You ask your question, you go back to your seat, and the moderator will ask.
And she has to do that for me because
no, he will hold the mic for you. Hold the mic. He has just 1 second to ask the question. Questions. Oh yeah, please. Question. Question. Thank you. Thank you.
Great Nigerian youth. Great Nigerian youth. Yeah, this is the voice of Comrade Peter Folajimi Brahimo. And I just wanted to add one contribution to what the speakers have said. As we all know, as union leaders and members of the youth councils in Nigeria, there's something we do in Aluta. Anytime they want to protest, there are 3 steps you are supposed to take to protest. Number 1 is the consultation. Number 2 is consolidation before confrontation. And Nigerians get it wrong every time. They just jump to confrontation. It's not supposed to be done like that. And I want to suggest for the federal government, there's a tool we have down that we've set up that we'll be using for them to listen to me, please. Listen to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you.
Great Nigerian youth.
Order, please. Oh yeah.
Great Nigerian youth.
Are you asking question?
I want to contribute. Just only.
You have 1 second.
Only 1 minute. Please, one thing I want to say is we have worked for the party and we thank the National Youth Wing for their efforts. But one thing we want to talk is we have to move from the issue of discussing about the issue of the problems, the solution, to call to action. After this program, what we expect, you people have the data of people who have attending programs. You people should do something remarkable that will be of reward to our effort in the party. I have written a letter to the office of the party youth wing leader, national leader.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, please. You have 1 second, please. Are you asking question? Question. Who is your question directed to? Who is your question directed to? Youth leaders.
My name is Musa Elayo Hassan. I'm from Nasarawa State.
No.
My question is, the youth representatives in Nigeria, those who are representing the interests of the youth, they are not actually trying. Because my question is regard to the Minister of Youth and Sport. Nigeria did not perform very well in the Olympics. There's nothing has been discussed. Even they have.
Thank you.
There's no address. Nothing has been said about this. And the youth in the government, they are not actually trying. Because you will never see a youth go to National Assembly, go to the House of Reps. 70% of the House of Reps are youth. They are not doing anything. There is no bill. Now, fuel is 1,500 naira.
Thank you, please.
They need to buy.
Thank you. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Of the greatest Nigerians. Of the greatest Nigerian youth.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to talk
together for them.
That's why Imagana.
Thank you.
That's why Imagana. Please, I want to, my concern is that the youth representative, if you go to National Assembly, over 80% of the National Assembly members, they are youth. But what have they done to the youth?
Thank you.
Is there any bill?
Thank you, please. Thank you. You can go. Thank you. Sir, excuse me.
No.
Excuse me, please. Listen to me. We have a topic, and the topic is protest to policy reform. If your question or your contribution is not about that, please do us a favor and sit down. When it is general question time, you will come. When it is general contribution time, you will come. If your question is not that, please, they will have to send you out. Please. You have 1 minute. There is time for that, please.
My name is Honorable Faisal from Nasarawa State. I'm here to stand on the existing protocol. The reason of this protest and why the protest has gone beyond our expectation is that those that strive for this government have not been compensated. And definitely, we've not seen any of the presidency representative in the protest ground Those we see are those that we strive with them in the election and in our own campaign processes. Unlike my Honorable Francis Shoga here, he is the one that we fight with him during the election and again during the protest. So we want to see our representative from all various appointees that they should come out in any aspect, they should come out with us. That's to know that, and we are sure that they are with us and they are with the government.
Thank
They are
you.
here to represent you.
Thank you very much. Please, this is the last person.
Let me call
Please, this is the last person. As you are, this is the last person.
I am comrade,
the time has elapsed. Please.
I am Comrade Usman El-Wakil by name from Yobe State. Regarding these panelists that happened on the topics, I'm sorry.
Please, I beg you, please, those of us asking questions here, please, let's be straightforward and let's be straightforward, please.
So, I'm Comrade Usman El-Wakil from Yobe State. Regarding this topic discussed here early in the morning, regarding the protest that is happening or previously happened in this country, sincerely speaking, we are all card-carrying party members. We are from Yobe State, and if this thing continue to happen, even yesterday, the petroleum price go up. So without the government taking responsibility and taking action,
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Remove your distance.
we are calling on the government to do the
Thank you.
People are dying. People are dying.
Okay,
people
please.
are dying. Even yesterday, 100 people were killed in my state. One village, 100 people were killed from Mafa in Termo local government by Boko Haram. Aswaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you have to do the needful. Kashim Shatima, you have to do the needful. If not, Nigeria will continue to protest. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody.
You can't.
My name's
They have cut them.
Comrade Engineer Dennis Francis.
Sir, are you
I'm
asking
from River
questions?
State.
Hello, sir. Ask question,
I want
please.
to contribute to the topic of the day, and I have two things to say. The first one that stimulates protest in Nigeria is as a result of lack of adequate information. When information is not going down from top to bottom, people tend to be left out of the activities. Now, secondly, I want to talk about that the government of the day should do well to empower young entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. It is taken.
To do well to empower young entrepreneurs.
It is taken.
Because when young entrepreneurs are empowered,
it is taken.
That is when they
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next person, please. Thank you.
Great Nigeria
Continue.
youth. My name is Felix. I'm from Port Harcourt. Well, I'm talking about the protest. What I observe is that grievances. Now, we like to say many of the president appointees.
You have
many
2
of
seconds,
them-
please.
Many of them are not carrying out their duties.
DJ, please. DJ, cut it. Thank you.
Many of them are not carrying out their duties well. The president cannot do everything. That's why he appointed people to carry out those duties for him. I went to the office, I won't mention the office,
Thank
to
you.
tell them that we want to
Thank you. We have listened to you, please. We have listened. Thank you.
My name is...
Yes. Don't worry.
My name is Kenny Bamidele Olushola.
Thank you.
I want
Thank
to
you.
ask directly to what, concerning what they are discussing about protest. What I want to ask is that, what leads to protest, is what we experienced here yesterday in Eagle Square. When they are doing such a program like this, and it's not well coordinated, it may lead to protest. And I want to ask, as a question, I want to ask that why protesting is so important in government, in democracy as a whole.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of this section. Your voice is heard, and the youth leader listened to your protest and he gave you time to express yourself. Please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these wonderful guys. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much, our own princess. Thank you very much. I am very grateful. Thank you for speaking to us. My name is Ima Isa. I am the moderator, and God bless you.
DJ Ice. Sorry, MC. Please, we had 10 men spoke. And just that lady, let her come back and give her question, please. She's the only lady. Please come and give your question. Please come and give your question.
Please, you've been asked to come and talk.
Great women of Nigeria. Great women of Nigeria. No women, no nation, no women. Hey, where are our women representatives in Nigeria? What is the development or achievement that we are achieving in Nigeria? Our women are suffering. Our children are suffering. We want to know our stand. We want to know our position. Our children are suffering. Where are our women representatives in Nigeria? What is the plan? They are planning for the dear women of Nigeria. We want to know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We understand what everyone is going through, and the relevant authorities will be here when they come on stage. Tomorrow we'll be having a ministerial engagement.
Yeah.
Your ministers will be here. Your ministers will be here for you to ask your questions and get your answers. They are part of the policy makers. Please, let's all calm our nerves. This is just a panel. The panelists are not entitled to some of the answers to our questions. Please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on very swiftly. Before the next panel, I want to just bring up to charge the house, my brother and friend, international speaker, life coach. Do you have Linus Okorie's video ready? Multimedia team, do you have Linus Okorie's video? Go ahead, please play it.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody in this room that would like to make a difference? Can I hear you say I? Can I hear you say I? Look at your neighbor, say, do you know who I am? If you know who I am today, you will buy me lunch on Monday. The world is about to focus on you. I came in here today to honor the youth of Nigeria. I came in here to honor you. Seated in this room today is an opportunity to change your life. Your life does not depend on a third party. Your life does not depend on government. Your life is your choice. I have come today to ensure that every individual seated in this room today, you have a choice to be the best. By the time I'm done with you in 30 minutes, everyone that wants to become great in this country, you will get the secrets on how you can become the greatest person in your country. Forget what is going on today. The world needs you. I want you to pay attention to you. In this session, don't pay attention to anybody. Pay attention to your personal growth. I was only 19 years old when I lost my father. When I lost my father at the age of 19, my mother had 9 of us. There was nobody to take care of me. I was looking forward to be the best I can. Nobody to care for me. One day, I made a decision that if I must succeed, my uncle is not a solution. If I must succeed, my state government is not the system. If I must succeed, I, Linus Okorie, will take responsibility for my success. So I moved into the library in Lagos. A man I met, his name, Chief Chris Asoluka. He was Commissioner for Finance in Imo State. I walked into his office in his home. He was in the midst of books everywhere. This man was in the middle of books. Every of his relatives that came to him wanted to ask him for only money. They wanted to ask him for money. Money was everything they were asking for. I came to him, I said, I don't need money from you, sir. I want you to give me the opportunity to be part of your family. I carried my bag from nowhere, brought to the house. All I was doing was every night I would spend time with him in his library. I would be reading books on how I can be great, on how I can change my life. Ladies and gentlemen, today, after that experience, today I can tell you, by virtue of changing my mindset and became part of changing my life through books, as I'm talking to you today, by the grace of God, many years after, we have now set the most comprehensive leadership school in the whole of Nigeria, in Abuja. Today, as I'm talking to you now, I'm glad that thousands of people have been transformed by the life of that young man who had nobody to care for him. We have, as young people today, I want you to know the world will never listen to you until you show value. What are you bringing to the table? Somebody says, give me a place to stand and I will change the world. And I said, no, nobody's going to give you a place to stand. The person you say, help me stand, doesn't want you to stand. What do? Decide and say, in this world, I will push myself to reinvent myself, to change my mentality, to stop begging for people to help us, to help ourselves. And I've given you secrets on how to do it. Listen, I am here today. I'm here today. Listen, I am here today because there is somebody in this room that wants to say, how do I get out of my experience? Leadership flows to the one who knows. When you know it, the boardroom will come to you. If you are from Zamfara, what you need to do is to say, from today, I want to do 5 things. I want to let you know the 5 things you should do. Who is ready to take notes? There's a man called Dr. Miles Monroe. He defined leadership, and I quote him. He said, leadership is the ability to inspire, motivate, drive a group of people towards a particular direction via inspiration, not intimidation or manipulation. So leadership is about building your life in such a way that your life can influence other people to become much more than they are. When you have power as a youth leader, the aim of power is not your own personal growth. It's the growth of those around you. So I want to let you know, the world is looking for knowledgeable people. How many persons you want to be mentored to be great? You want to be mentored to be great? You want to be great? Can I see your hand? The secret of greatness is, how many books have you read for 1 year? These days of internet, social media, the world is globalized place. It's a world that is lumped together. If you misbehave now and they take a video of you, tomorrow in New York, your name will be in New York. So what does that mean? Anytime you have an opportunity to say a word, my name is, the word is taking note of you. If you don't know anything, it is better you sit down, cross your leg, and be shaking your head. Be shaking your head. When people see you, they will think you know something. But if you open your mouth in the world stage and you don't know nothing, the world will not recognize you. I want somebody to recognize me tomorrow. I lock up myself and I study. I go to the internet, I find materials. Google, ask Google a question. How can I become a great person? Google will give you answers. You start learning to be great. Do you know why Nigeria is not making the kind of progress we should make? Young people, I want to talk to you. The future of Nigeria depends on you. Stand up for yourself and transform your life by knowing one thing. Don't know 2 things. 1, what are you born for? What gives you joy? What value are you bringing in your place? Oh my God. I have planned about not coming to this place today, but somebody pushed me and said, come. My spirit tells me, come. There's somebody that is in this room that will transform, that will be better, that will become knowledgeable. And if that person is you, let me hear you say, I. So, the world is not about how much you have. How much you have cannot take you anywhere. The other day, I had the opportunity of speaking to members of the National Assembly in their induction ceremony. I asked them, I said, how many years ago can anybody tell me one senator in Nigeria who, after he has become senator, he has left and his name is still in the hearts of people. So, if that is a fact, doesn't that tell you something? That 30 years from now, 40 years from now, 50 years from now, all those who have political power today, they will either become history or they are vegetable. What does that portend for you? What it portends for you now is that you can go back home and sit up and say to yourself, I want to be more. How do I become more? I want the world to see me. It doesn't matter where you come from. You might be poor today, but if you work hard on yourself, just find knowledge, 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 knowledge. The world comes to you. So you know what I did? For many years, I would travel overseas with my last money to go and sit at the feet of the masters of knowledge. And I kept tapping from them, kept tapping from them. I understood their secrets, and I decided to come to Nigeria. As I'm talking to you right now, we now have the opportunity to build a 7-star leadership university in Abuja. In Abuja. So that the world should come to Nigeria and learn from you. If you're in agriculture, you should be the best in agriculture. If you are in science, you should be the best in science. If you are in mathematics, you should be the best. If you're a politician, you should have a compassionate heart. You should have a heart that serves people. You should have a heart that adds value to people. You should have a heart that somebody has not eaten somewhere. Your policy would help somebody eat somewhere. When you become a youth mobilizer, you don't mobilize people for your personal comfort. You mobilize people to serve them. But from knowledge. So I give you cash. C-A-S-H. When you understand it, you know that it's relevant. But there's a K-A-S-H that is more powerful than C-A-S-H. And that K is knowledge. Leadership flows to the one who knows. You know it in the boardroom. The world will listen to you. The second one is your attitude. 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 Everybody thinks if I have no money in my pocket, I'll behave poor. Gain some self-respect. One day, I was invited to see a governor in this country. I was still struggling, a struggling boy. And they invited me and they said, food is ready. Go and eat food. I said to them, I'm not hungry, but I was hungry. Go and eat food. I am not hungry. I sat down watching where the governor would come out from and sat down from there. As the governor was going out, the first person he saw was me. Because if I had stayed where I was eating food, I would have lost him. We should not be distracted by immediate gratification. Our attitude should be, I want to be great, and I remain great. That's our attitude. Then find skill. With this environment, it's not an environment for teaching. This environment is not an environment for teaching. I therefore will ask everyone in this room, to specifically do two things. I want everyone in this room in this room, ladies and gentlemen, to have in your mind that you will succeed. You will what? Succeed. Have it in your mind. Let your attitude be that of supporting one another. Winning, but even if you fail, you will rise. And finally, find one skill the world needs. One skill, not two. If you know how to sing, I want you to research the best singer in the world and monitor that singer, model after that singer until the world hears you. If you can dance, that's all you need to do. One thing, not two. We are in a world where people are thinking about, I am irrelevant. When you build on one skill, stay at it, keep at it. Be consistent, be consistent, be consistent. Do it and do it and do it. The world will listen to you. Finally, a few days ago, I said to myself that I wanted to bring somebody to Nigeria, an American billionaire. I was interested in his story. This man was from a poor family in America. This man was a black man. He himself and his family came to watch a movie, and a white man said to them that you guys cannot watch a movie in this hall. Get out. The young boy began to cry. But as he was walking out, he wiped his tears and said, I will grow up one day and I will buy over this cinema. I will buy over this mall. I will buy over this institution. As I talk to you right now, that young man grew up. He determined. He worked hard. He worked smart. He set goals. As I'm talking to you now, CNN reported in his biography that Dr. V. Michael Roberts bought over that whole mall, bought over the cinema. Today, he became one of the most interesting black billionaires. Today, I have the honor for the first time bringing that man to Nigeria in Abuja. That man is coming to Transcorp Hilton for the National Leadership Conference. He's coming there to speak to Nigerians, to teach them how to create wealth. That your poverty should not stop you from creating wealth. Your decision is to be successful. It's your choice, your mind. Stop thinking poverty. Stop thinking small. Stop thinking, you must think about your future. You must create your future through your thoughts. Go away from bad influencers. Quality friends around you can change your life. Today, that poor boy from Imo State is now rallying war leaders here in Abuja. How many of you would like to be part of the National Leadership Conference? Can I see your hand? So what you simply do, you want to follow me, I want to give you a gift. The gift I'm giving to you. Mr. President, Dio Israel, I'm going to give a gift to this house. Every one of you in this room, if you don't have the capacity to appear physically to the conference, those of you who are in this hall today, personally, I'll get my partners to pay 50% of the conference costs. Anyone, 50% of it, I'll get my partners to pay. If you are hungry to be part of it, some of you, the first 100 people from this room that sign up, I'll pay 50% of the costs. Number two, those who have no capacity to sign in, I will give you free virtual login that is worth 200,000 at no cost to you. So anywhere you are in the country, you can connect to it. Can you rise on your feet and repeat after me? Mention your name. Rise on your feet, mention your name. I want you to mention your name as you rise after me. I want you to say your name. I I choose to become an outstanding leader. I choose to become a transformational leader. Because of me, my village will be transformed. Because of me, my state will grow. Because of me, Nigeria will make more progress. Because of me, some poor person will rise out of poverty. Because of my idea, America will respect Nigeria. One day, my face will be on pages of newspapers for good stories of what I have created, of what I have invented, of what I have given to this country. I am a legacy giver. So help me God. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give my brother and my friend, Dr. Linus Okore, a big round of applause. If you enjoyed that session, please do it better, do it better, do it better. It is an honor. We're going to move to the next panel quickly, but before we do, I have the honor of having in the auditorium this afternoon one of my mummies, dearly beloved mother of mine, the First Lady of Kwara State, Ambassador in situ plenipotentiary in her own right, Her Excellency, Mrs. Foluke Abdurrahman Olufolake Abdurrahman Abdurrazak. Please give her a big round of applause. The people from Kwara will say, Sarah money. Thank you very much, Mommy, for being here. We're going to have a fireside one-on-one session after the next session. We want her to also hear us briefly before she speaks to us and goes. But quickly, I'm going to hand over to Amir. Amir, go ahead and lead us into the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Linus Okore, for that incredible, inspiring and thought-provoking talk. Your insights into leadership and the power of vision have truly set the bar high for us all. Mr. Linus Okore, as we reflect...
Amir, hold on. Please, let Mr. Linus Okore, don't disrupt the program and follow him at his leaving. Let him leave gently. Please, thank you.
Mr. DJ, please. So next on our agenda, is we'll be having a panel discussion on inclusive communities, youth as agent of social cohesion. And I'll be bringing up the moderator of this panel to the stage, a person of The moderator of this panel is Mr. Tunde Rufai. Mr. Tunde Rufai, please come on stage. Also on this panel, we'll be having Abdul Kawiyu Olododo. We'll also be having Mr. Soji Adeniyi on this panel. Also on this panel here, we'll be having Dr. Muhammad Goje. We'll also be having the SSA to the President on Committee Engagement North Central, Honorable Abiodun Eshet. Also on this panel, we have Dr. Emmanuel Onoakpo. We also have Mr. Ibrahim Adebalogun on this panel. And also on this panel, we'll be having Mr. Obinna Uwosu. The panel will be talking on building inclusive communities, the role of youth in social cohesion. The panel will be examining the crucial role of youth in fostering unity and inclusivity within our community. The panel discussion will explore the importance of social cohesion in Nigeria's diverse landscape, highlighting the challenges and opportunities that young people face in their effort to build more inclusive communities. The panel will also be addressing critical questions such as how to overcome existing societal divisions, the impact of youth-led initiatives on community harmony, and the role of education, policy, and technology in supporting these efforts. Also, before the panelists comes on stage, the conversation aims to inspire actionable solutions by drawing insight from various perspectives, including those of youth leaders, community organizers, policy makers, and social innovators. By focusing on youth and social cohesion, the panel seeks to emphasize that inclusion is not just about integrating marginalized groups, but about creating a shared vision for a more united and prosperous Nigeria. At this point in time, I will hand over the mic to the moderator of this panel, in person of Mr. Tunde Rufai. Do have a wonderful time, Mr. Tunde Rufai.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this panel section. Building inclusive communities, the role of youth in our social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to commence this conversation by giving the synopsis of what we are about to discuss on this panel. In today's rapid changing world, fostering inclusive communities is essential for ensuring peace, stability, and sustainable development. For Nigeria as a nation, rich in cultural diversity, but often divided by ethnicity, religion, and social economies, disparities, building inclusive community is not just a lofty idea, but a pressing necessity. At the heart of these efforts are young people who play a very pivotal role in bridging the divide, promoting understanding and driving social change. This panel discussion will explore the importance of social cohesion in Nigeria's diverse landscape, highlighting the challenges and opportunities that young people faces in their effort to build more inclusive communities. It will address critical questions such as how to overcome existing social divisions, the impact of youth-led initiatives on community harmony. the role of education, policy, and technology in supporting these efforts. This conversation aims to inspire actionable solutions by drawing insights from various perspectives, including those of youth leaders, community organizers, and so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my panelists, and at this time I want to start. Please, can we remain seated? Can we be seated, please? Please, can we be seated? We understand the energy in the youth, but at this point we need to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we be seated? Thank you. Ushers, can you go around?
Please, members of TPU, the Progressive Union, please calm your nerves. Please, TPU members. TPU members, please. There are other associations here. Please, TPU members, please. The Progressive Union members, please. We have a summit happening. We have a panel taking place. The Progressive Union members, please.
Please, can we spark up the conversation? Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with my brother from the extreme. What does an inclusive community look like to you? And why is social cohesion so pivotal to the development of Nigerian youths?
Hello. Hello. Great Nigerian youth. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Nigerian youth. I think it's important that the people that are having issues among themselves, please let us listen to the moderators here. And I think the reason why we are here is to share ideas, is also to take something very important home. Please let us be calm. Let me first give thanks to Almighty God, and also to appreciate our leader in the Progressive, the leader of over 70 million youth, in person of Dr. Dayo Abdullahi Israel. We appreciate you for giving us this platform to come together, to network, to see ourselves again, and also to share ideas. Basically, the impact of where we start as a youth, as a community advocate, as somebody who so believe and also want to make impact in his or her community. And I think that is one of the reasons why we also try to make a larger impact in our society. Like the normal saying that all politics are local, it is important that if you really want to make a change in your state, at the national level, you also need to make a very good impact in your community. Making impact in community, you have to be involved at every level. You involve in securing your community. You involve in making the environment within your community to be better. You involve in assisting the people in your community at every level. When people recognize you, if you have been identified to be somebody that is always ready to provide solution where is needed within your community, I want to believe that the world also will recommend you or will recognize you. As a youth, there is no way we can make significant impact if we are not involved, if we are not part of our community development. I am saying this because as a politician, as a youth that wants to be a political leader, you have to be involved and you have to make impact within your community. Nobody will appreciate you more or will appreciate you better if you are not, part of the people that are making a change at your local level. So I think this topic is very important. No matter how impactful you are at the national or within your state, you need to do more in your local government or at your community level. So I want to implore us, to be more, involved in development within our community. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. You have set the tone. You must be on ground at your local communities. Now let me go to the woman who has traversed the 6 states within the North Central, who is the SSA to the President on community engagement. Ma, how are the young people currently appreciating social cohesion within the grassroots? How are they turning out? What are their, what can you say about their tune in terms of how are they responding to social cohesion at the grassroots levels?
Thank you very much. Greatest Nigerian youths, greatest Nigerian youths. I think the question about social cohesion is not just the responsibility of the youths and the North Central region alone. It's the responsibility of all stakeholders and all age brackets to promote social cohesion, because it's something that I've realized is very, very important for us in my North Central region. For North Central, you can see we have a lot of ethnic groups, we have different religions, but promoting social cohesion is something that we should embrace as government agency for us to promote any development. Without social cohesion in wherever we are, there won't be evidence of development. People will be divided by tribe, people will be divided by culture, people will be divided by religion. But when you make the youth to understand the impact of building social cohesion, then development will progress. So for us, for my office, the North Central region, we launch what we call the Citizens Assembly. And that's the assembly where we give the youth a platform to hear their voices, the platform to also add to the development of the North Central region. We believe the platform is the opportunity for youth to also understand why they need to build social cohesion. So for us in the Citizens Assembly, we have values and norms and principles which we encourage youth to also abide with. And one of the important principles is inclusivity. no matter whatever you are doing, make sure everybody is carried along. Patriotism is also one of the values we stand with in the Citizens Assembly, so that people are passionate and patriotic about where they are, the region they serve, and also able to share feedback from their wards and their community about whatever is going on. So the Citizens Assembly, so it's a call to action for everyone within the North Central region to join our Citizen Assembly. Next week, I'll be going to Kwara State to launch the Citizen Assembly platform. Just as you have the National Assembly, we also have a Citizen Assembly where we have each people representing the different wards of their states, and they bring to us every issue that is happening in their community in real time. And all our volunteers are given the mandate to take an oath of office before we start the Citizen Assembly. So I will be in Kwara next week for all the volunteers to take an oath of office and also launch the Citizen Assembly in Kwara State. And thereafter, I will also be in Kogi State to launch the Citizen Assembly, and that will be the end for the North Central region. We've launched for Nasarawa, we have launched for Niger, we have launched for Benue, and we have launched for Plateau State. It's a platform for all our youth to have their voices to what's happening in governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Obina also, you have been a product of the grassroots. And there is a political language that every politics is local, such as every development is local. For instance, the president distributed palliatives, and it was given to the local communities as incentive to cushion the effect of the fuel subsidy removal. What are the challenges you have faced among your ethnic groups in developing social cohesion among the youth at the grassroots levels?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to start by appreciating the National Youth Leader for his opening remark yesterday. Now, the National Youth Leader touched a lot on the grievances of many. His words yesterday highlighted the grievances because there are a lot of youths that are not happy, that feel they have not been carried along. And you know, the youths are an integral part of society. In fact, the youths are the engine room. You see a car, a vehicle, it has several parts. You have the engine, that's where the youths are. And one of my mentors would say something. He would say the youths are for society. If it wants its youths to be a blessing, so making life better, helping in the development of the society, or if it wants its youth to be a problem. And when the youths want to be a problem, the youths are energetic. The youths can cause a lot of problems. And I highlighted also, the youths can be a blessing. And what we want in our society is to see our youths become a blessing to us because they have been carried along. There's that social cohesion where youths feel that this Nigeria is for the men, is for the women, is for the elderly, and it's for the youth. The moment the youths feel like they are not being carried along adequately, then the engine start giving that problem, which is not what we want. So when it comes to the president has given, what we observe is more youths are saying, Mr. President, thank you for what you have done for us, but we believe you can do more. So, and this trick must find a way to help the president. And this transcends also to the local governments, financial autonomy. And these are things that will get the dividends of democracy to trickle down all the way to that grassroots. So one thing we will want to see the youths do, especially our great party here, is to find a way to ensure that in these local government elections, a lot of states have started conducting their local government elections, that there is provisions for youths to be in key positions in that local government and even the council levels. I saw a banner, a poster, someone that is trying to run for councillor, and this is someone that is almost maybe 60s or 70s. And I said, no. In a society where youths are clamoring for more inclusion, I believe that our political parties
have a policy in place about every project of the government that is domiciled in a local government must be handled by local semi-skilled laborers. What brought about this policy, and how much have this policy transformed the lives of the youth of Kwara State?
Thank you very much, moderator. First, like my other colleague rightly stated, it is very important for us to appreciate Honorable Dayo Israel, for putting up this very wonderful program to bring the youth of Nigeria together for us to, discuss and deliberate burning issues facing us today as a nation. For us in Kwara State, going into your question, my governor is very known for being an inclusive governor, the youth-driven governor, and the, promoter of women governor in Nigeria. And of course, for all our projects, His Excellency ensures that there is inclusivity in everything that we do. We carry along all the stakeholders, just like the SSA rightly mentioned. When we're talking about inclusive community and social cohesion, it's not just about one set of the community. It's all the stakeholders that have to come together and be involved in achieving inclusive community and social cohesion. And one of the ways we achieve that in Kwara is through these projects that we take to the communities by ensuring that for every project that we want to execute, be it road, grading, constructing new roads, rehabilitating old ones, grading new roads, interlocking, we carry along the stakeholders in the respective community for them to have a say. And in fact, right before we even go to implementation phase, we go to each community before the preceding year of every budget cycle. So ask the community, what do you want? What do you need? So it is what the people say they want, it is what the people say they need that we put in the budget to execute the following year. So you would see most of the projects we have in Kwara State having very wide acceptability range. And also this goes to help to improve the social cohesion and building inclusive community in Kwara State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I go to you, let me take Madam Asiat again, because this is going to be our last round of questions and we're going to wrap it up. Madam Asiat, what does government rules and plans, what are the government rules and plans to ensure that the marginalized groups within our regions are given a voice? You are in a particular zone that forms larger part of the marginalized group. What are you doing? What is the government doing in giving them a voice in this government?
Okay, thank you very much for that. First, let me thank the President for creating the Community Engagement Office, because that's one of the first steps he has taken to make sure the voices of the voiceless are heard in the government. For the first time, you're having people who are appointed as SSAs on community engagement for different regions. And our work is simple. Our work is to be the middleman between the grassroots, the voiceless people, and also the federal government. Our work is to gather feedbacks from people about federal government interventions and share those feedback with Mr. President for him to shape policies and laws. And it's simple, that's how we work. So feedback for my office, we've started a listening tour, which we started in Niger State, to engage stakeholders, to engage the vulnerable people, to hear the feedbacks about federal government policies. For instance, you mentioned palliatives. We also hear feedback from them. Did you receive the federal government palliative? Did you receive the 20 truck of rice that was given to your state? Did you receive the fertilizers? And did you receive other subsidies, removal, grants that were given to you? Were you able to fill those presents? Those are the feedback that we are gathering, which is shared to Mr. President. So one step that Mr. President is doing, and one step this government is doing, is to get closer to the people at the grassroots level. And that's what the SSAPs on community engagement are doing. We are going to different regions in our community to hear feedback from them about federal government intervention. At the same time, we are also educating members of our citizens about different levels of intervention of federal, state, and local governments. There's a wide gap between what is expected of different levels of government. When people say there's a road in my street that is not good, they say the federal government is not working. We educate them that that's not the work of the federal government, that's the work of the local government. When they say they don't have a water, they don't have this one in my community, and they said the government, the president is not working, that is not it. I'm happy that now we have local government autonomy, and what we encourage our citizens in North Central region is to make sure they vie for this local government election that is coming up by November, for them to even select representatives who are passionate about community development as their leaders, so that they can hold them accountable. So we educate the citizens about the different levels of intervention of federal, state, and local government. When it comes to humanitarian services, then you can talk about federal government. When it comes to some of the insecurity issues, then we know it's work of federal government. And when it comes to other things, we educate people that no, this is not the work of federal government. Let's hold our state government, let's hold our local governments also accountable to what they are supposed to do.
Thank you. Over to you, my dear brother. I know you are from Surulere, where we have a lot of stadium, athletics and activities going on. And one thing that brings us together today as a nation is when the national team is having a football match. Now, I want to know, how more can we improve on our sporting activities to foster social cohesion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think you're asking me very important question, because I can answer that very well, because Surulere is being known to be a sports city, because we have all the national stadium, including the state stadium in Surulere. So, and we have produced a lot of, footballers that have really, done very well as far as the national team is concerned. Looking at sport, as a youth, sport is one of the major sectors in which we can, make significant impact, and as well can add to the national economy. Recently, I was, going through what is happening between Osimhen, the Saudi Arabia team, and the Chelsea team. And one of the things that I heard was that the Saudi Arabia team were trying to offer Osimhen 52 billion naira, I think, in a month, where Chelsea also, they are also trying to drag in. So looking at that, 52 billion naira a month is a lot of money. So looking at sport is one of the sectors that I think that in Surulere we have, try as much as possible to invest more in it, and also try to also use it to also empower the youth. We have put up a lot of structures where we use to attract a lot of youth to be involved. I'm part of the people that do organize what we call Surulere Sports Festival every year, where we involved in a lot of sporting activities, table tennis, lawn tennis, football, and we bring in scouting again, to come to identify with some of the youth that are doing, better. So I want to say this, that sport is one of the areas where the federal government, the local government, and the state government can, really better the life of Nigerian youth. Because outside there, they are ready to pay us better, and we're also ready to also add value to national development. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Obina Owosu, you have the ground. You have the platform. The First Lady of Kwara is listening to you. If you could recommend one immediate action for social cohesion, what would that be?
I believe that is, I touched a bit on it the first time I spoke. I believe what needs to be done, social cohesion is more about that synergy that makes society work. That one recommendation I'd give is, I don't know how constitutional it is, but I'd recommend that states, during their elections, they should make provisions to ensure that, I wouldn't go all the way high to local government chairman now. I'll talk about council. These are councillors now within the wards. If we want that youth cohesion, I would recommend that states maybe put in a system that ensure that maybe 50 or 60 or even 100% of people that go for these council positions are young people. This way, the young people get to feel that sense of belonging, get to display leadership and show capacity, and then society gives young people that sense of belonging that they can make an impact, that there is a room to accommodate them. So I wouldn't say that for local government, because local government chairmanship might require a bit more experience, in which you can still find within youths, but for councillors right now, in a society where the youths are clamoring and saying, carry us along, carry us along, carry us along, I don't think there would be any disadvantage in us saying that, you know what, the council positions, let us give it to the youths and then see how they perform, and then we know how to take it up further. So that is the point I'd like to...
Thank you very much. Honorable Lududu, in your view, what is the most significant barrier of youth inclusion? Permit me to ask him this question, ladies and gentlemen. In your view,
Please come again.
In your view, what is the most significant barrier to youth inclusion, in your view, and suggest a solution to it and wrap up this panel session?
That is a very sensitive one. And as much as it is sensitive, I'm very proud to be a Kwaran today. We have our First Lady here. She's with us in the house. And why I said I'm proud to be a Kwaran is because if we talk about barrier for youth entry, when we talk about community inclusion and social cohesion, I think today in Nigeria, I'm the youngest commissioner for works and transport. That is a very big statement and a very bold one. That goes to show that in Kwara, we are beginning to take charge and take the lead and doing things differently by giving you the opportunity to participate, demonstrate, mentor the younger ones who are looking up to them, and show them that, if you get it right, you can also have the opportunity to change the narrative of our country. So in essence, the barrier for young people is getting the opportunity to serve. And the solution is the elder ones must recognize, identify the competent youth and give them the opportunity to come to the stage and do the needful and show the younger ones that yes, the younger generation is ready to change the narrative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of this panel session. I thank you all for listening. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panelists on inclusive communities, youth as agents of social cohesion. Any moment from now, we'll be moving to the fireside chat. Fireside chat.
Ladies and gentlemen, DJ please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and excitement that we welcome a truly distinguished guest to our summit today. Please join me in giving a warm and enthusiastic welcome to the First Lady of Kwara State, Ambassador Professor Mrs. Olufolake Abdurrahman Abdulrazak. Our presence here today, Ambassador Professor Olufolake Abdulrazak, the First Lady, Kwara State, and the Chairperson, Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum. Her presence here today is a testament to her unwavering commitment to advancing the well-being of our communities and supporting the development of our youth. As an influential leader and advocate, Ambassador Professor Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazak, the First Lady of Kwara State, has made significant contributions to the well-being of the society, demonstrating a deep dedication to fostering positive change and empowering those around her. We are privileged to have her join us and look forward to valuable insight and inspiration she will undoubtedly share. Please join me in extending a heartfelt welcome to the First Lady of Kwara State, Ambassador Professor Mrs. Olufolake Abdulrazak, the First Lady, Kwara State, and the Chairperson, Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum, for a fireside chat with the National Youth Leader of the All Progressives Congress.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we sit down as we have
Next question.
Is there any advocacy towards that? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So you and sickle cell. So we, like I told you, cancer awareness is one of the things that the First Ladies are working on. And what we do is we celebrate each month, you know, a lot of the things we do, cervical cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, and all these things. We try to bring awareness. So we work with the state ministries of health to bring awareness on these matters. And we also sponsor, like every month I sponsor breast screening, cervical cancer screening, and now we're adding prostate cancer screening. And we work with the primary health care. And this is the reason why, but the primary health care. And the primary health cares are located in almost every ward. You know, so this is what we're doing regarding that. With regards to sickle cell, this is a new awareness that we've taken up because we can see that Nigeria is the country with the highest burden and all the other blood, like you said, diseases. And it's the same approach. We use the primary health care. I put people on the state insurance policy so that whenever they have any problem, they get taken care of by the insurance policy. They don't have to pay. So they go into the hospitals whenever they're sick. And this is why we're also creating awareness so that we stop having so many sickle cell warriors and people are more enlightened about their choices. Thank you. I hope that's okay. You don't sound convinced. What else?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing, that there are other diseases beyond sickle cell. And so what she's saying is that the initiatives are working with primary health care centers to deal with not just sickle cell, but even cancer issues and also other various blood group issues. Thank you. Your question, ma'am. Question, ma'am. Thank you for question. Question, ma'am. Indeed. Your question, ma. Thank you, ma. In long and short, all this your comment is how do you balance work and life? Thank you. Thank you, ma. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Broadcaster. Thank you. No. No, please pass the mic, pass the mic, pass the mic. Honorable Minister, pass the mic. Thank you, ma'am. How do you work-life balance?
So basically what she has just said is how do you have work-life, work-home balance? I believe I answered that in one of the first things that I said. When I said you have to apportion equal time to everything that you're doing, otherwise you'll find that you are going more to one side than the other. It's important to make sure you are known in your children's school. It's important to make sure that you have communication with your husband or your wife. It's important to make sure that you make time to be homely. That means that you don't overchase one thing and leave the other part. We are, in the Nigeria Governors Spouses Forum, working towards women in leadership. And this is something we tell our women all the time. Because you are working towards getting into leadership does not mean that you forsake your personal life. Your personal life has to take utmost priority. I told a lady recently who is not married and trying to get married, I said, if you are starting a business, how do you go about starting a business? You apportion money, you apportion time, you chase it, you put out adverts, you make sure you do so many things. In your personal life, you have to do the same thing. You don't just sit back. You have to make sure you're sociable, you have to be out there, you have to be in the right places. So my answer to you is, first of all, it's important to be dynamic, and you have to apportion time to everything equally so that one part of your life does not suffer. I think that's it, basically.
Thank you. Next question, final question. Elofit form. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, before Excellency, just wait, Your Excellency. Yes, I wanted to, but I wanted you to respond to the question. I thought it was a comment.
It was just
Your
a comment.
final remark,
Thank you very much. I will look to it. I don't know, where are you based? If I have space, I will contact him to be part of
I
my
won't
team.
pick your call.
Yes. So we'll try our best. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, any final comment to our young people here, both male and female?
My final comment is continue to be who you are. You are all awesome. We love our youth. We're very happy with you. We want you to continue to do all that you're doing. Communicate with us more. That's the only thing. Learn to communicate with us more in different ways. You know, a lot of the adults may not be on social media. They may not be on all these platforms that you are on. When we were young and we wanted to do things, we wrote long letters. So please learn to write, learn to read, and learn to be able to communicate with older people effectively. That's my only charge to you. Every other thing, I think you're doing phenomenally well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Very quickly, come and take a picture with His Excellency. Okay, hold on. Thank you very much. Can I invite the National Women Leader, the Deputy National Women Leader, all the female speakers. Thank you, you can sit down. All the female speakers to come and take a picture with Her Excellency. Deputy National Women Leader, DG Nimsi, Tonto Dike, Busayo, Arabiri, Honorable Commissioner Buge. Only the female speakers and panelists. Where is Attica? Please come and join Her Excellency. My sister, the DG of Caseda.
Not with the participants, please. The female speakers only, please.
The E for she. Egmont has agreed to be a E for she. It's for speakers first. We'll bring you after. Okay. No. Honorable Commissioner, wait. E for she is allowed. And I understand today is your birthday. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Everybody.
Mr. DJ.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Okay, all the men, aside from the Honorable Commissioner, my brother, oh yeah, excuse us first. Okay, hold on, DJ. Can we spread and make it long? Can we move back? Figo, no, let it spread that way. There's enough space. Can we spread back? Can we go back? Yeah, so that it's longer. Sorry, ma'am. No, move back more so that it's longer. Madam.
Please, let's
Sorry, ma'am, can she come first? Can we go back? No. Oh, yeah, straight. Yes, make it straight. Yes.
The paparazzis, please be fast. The paparazzis. The paparazzis, please.
Thank you. Can I ask all the females to sit down? Can I quickly ask all the male speakers? Oh yeah, you too. He for she. Pastor Akin, Mr. Mustafa, Dr. Mustafa.
Thank you very much. Please, the female speakers can have their seats, please. The female speakers, please, you can have your seats. The male speakers, please do come to the stage for a quick photograph. Only the male speakers, no participants. Speakers, please.
Thank you. Ladies, can you excuse us? Let the men come. The he for she. Can you help me move her down, please?
Thank you to the women.
The male speakers. Where is Muiwa Debola? Sorry, ma. You are butchering Her Excellency.
The male speakers, please.
Sorry, ma. No. Let the men do. Careful.
Not yet. Time, please.
Where is Muiwa Debola? Where is Ali Balogun? Where is Sugar? Where is Ali Balogun? Where is Kwara Youth Leader? Dr. Mustafa Dogi. Where is Dotu? Where is Dr. Aristotle? No, let's spread. It can be long, yes. Olododo Abdulkariyu. No, make it straight. Don't curve it, make it straight. The cameraman will move back. Hold on.
Please, can we come down the stage? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, can we come down the stage? Thank you very much. We have to go to the next item on our agenda. The photographers is enough, please. Photographers is enough.
Thank you.
Photographers,
everybody go back to your seat. Everybody go back to your seat.
Please, let's go back to our seats. The First Lady is still here with us.
Thank you.
The First Lady is still here with us. Let's come down the stage, please. Let's come down. Mr. DJ, bring it down, please. Please, let's come down the stage.
Thank you very much.
Some quick words some quick advice from the First Lady's speech. The fireside chat, the First Lady said you should always take your books, read and write. You should always be at the right place at the right time.
Thank you, Amir. Quickly, because of time, we're going to bring on the next panel. But as Amir announces the next panel, let me bring up quickly for a keynote, for a goodwill message, the Director General of the Nigerian Identity Management Company, NIMC, Mrs. Bisoye Koka.
Nigeria Identity Management Commission, Mrs. Bisoye Koka, please. For your goodwill remarks, Mrs. Bisoye Koka.
Yeah, while she's coming up,
Identity Management Commission.
Announce the panelists so that they can begin their break.
Yes. After the point subsidy, then is the possession. Mrs. Bisoye Koka, the Director General, Nigeria Identity Management Commission. You're welcome, ma'am.
To representatives of the youth here present, to the representatives of the All Progressives Congress Party, to Dayo Israel, the youth leader of our great party,
to Our Excellency, Professor Ambassador Olufolake Abdurrahman Abdurrazak, and to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Progressives National Youth Wing for having the insight to organize this remarkable event. This initiative transcends politics and delves into the very essence of our governance. It is crucial for groups such as yours to attend and be counted in setting a platform that will set a precedent for Nigeria's future, one so bright that we hope a progressive legacy is established that will outlive us all. Your commitment to youth engagement and empowerment is a testament to your vision for a Nigeria that thrives on active participation of its young population in shaping our national identity. At Nigeria's independence in 1960, the country was the 14th most populous nation in the world, and within 5 years, we moved to 13th place. Thereafter to the 11th, and then 10th after 20 years. By 1985, Nigeria ranked 7th on the list. And by 2020, Nigeria has secured its position as the 6th most populous nation in the world, growing at an alarming rate of 2.12% annually. Past and present administrations have faced the immense responsibility of providing employment opportunities for our economically active population. The challenges posed by Nigeria's rapidly growing young population may seem daunting. However, it does present an extraordinary opportunity as our nation is blessed with a pool of young talents with 50.4% of our population under the age of 18 with an average age of 17.9 years. This means that Nigeria is uniquely positioned to harness the immense potential of our youth as a driving force for innovation, economic growth, and social transformation. This demographic shift is nature's way of pressing the reset button, offering us the chance to shape any future we envision. Under the visionary leadership of the President of our dear Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, our administration has shown an unwavering commitment to prioritizing youth inclusion, equipping young people with the education, skills, and opportunities they need to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. Key initiatives such as the Nigerian Youth Investment Fund, which provides financial support to young entrepreneurs, the Renewed Hope Agenda for youth startups and businesses, the establishment of the Nigerian Youth Academy, the launch of the National Talent Export Program, amongst other initiatives, demonstrates the government's commitment and dedication to empowering the next generation. The Federal Executive Council's mandate for 30% youth inclusion and governance has ensured that young voices are central to decision-making processes in its decision to appoint a considerable number of youthful ministers, special advisors, and heads of parastatals under the age of 45 years. While the administration has laid out a comprehensive strategy to harness the potential of our youthful population, it is crucial to acknowledge that the success of these initiatives hinges on the integrity of our data systems. One of the potential flaws in these ambitious plans is ensuring the accuracy and reliability of our national identity data, which is why the administration has prioritized strengthening the mandate of the National Identity Management Commission. The National Identification Number is more than just a getaway. a gateway to accessing services, it is the bedrock of effective governance and development. With robust identity management systems underpinned by the NIN, we can ensure that our youth not only benefit from these opportunities, but are also accurately represented and included in our national plans. This focus on data integrity will allow us to tailor policies to the real needs of our youths, allocate resources more efficiently, and ultimately build a future where every single Nigerian is empowered to contribute to and benefit from our nation's growth. With our population growing at approximately 2% annually, NIMSI is committed to increasing collaboration with the youth in communities nationwide to significantly boost NIN registration, which currently stands at 109 million. This is where politically active organizations such as the Progressives National Youth Wing has a pivotal role to play in ensuring that not just as participants, but as leaders in driving youth involvement across the nation. As we reflect on the significance of today's discussions, it becomes clear that the future of Nigeria lies in the hands of the youth. The time to act is now, and the path to a brighter future starts with us acting and stepping up to the challenge. Together, let us commit to building a data-driven economy where our young people are not only the beneficiaries, but also the architects of a data-driven economy and inclusive Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bisoye Koka. All right, without wasting much of our time, we'll be heading to the next panel. The next panel is the panel on fuel subsidy conversion, public gain or public pain. And the panel and the moderator for this panel is no one other than Miss Bolanle Wellington. Also on this panel, we'll be having MS Ngawa on this panel, please. MS Ngawa, please. On this panel also we'll be having Engineer Razak Obe. Also on this panel, last but not the least, we'll be having Nana Hawa Ibrahim. This panel, public gain or public pain. The panel seeks to dissect the complex dynamics of fuel subsidy in Nigeria, exploring the broader complications of their removal and retention. This panel will also bring together policymakers, economists, industry experts, social advocates, and citizens to engage in a balanced discussion on the impacts of subsidies, the true benefits.
I'm going to reintroduce myself. I'm Bolanle Wellington, and the topic of conversation today, for the first ready to have this conversation trip down memory lane, if I may. So we all know that fuel subsidy for decades has been used to keep fuel prices artificially low, right? Making it affordable and available for even the average Nigerian. About its sustainability, about how inefficient it is, and how the terrain is clouded in corruption. So this discussion is going to enlighten us. We're going to dissect the complex dynamics of fuel subsidy in Nigeria. And we're going to question to our panelists on my right. So how do you view the impact of fuel subsidy on Nigeria's economy? Is it more of a public pain or public gain?
Good afternoon, everyone. I would start by saying that it's both a pain and a gain. The pain is upfront, uploaded. the pain goes to the everyday Nigerian in the immediate. But again, in the long run, this is supposed to be a gain for the whole of the economy. So we are feeling the pain now. We don't look to the vision or to the future as to how this will be a gain for us. We have started to see the gain as the economy is taking a shape. We are reducing our public debt. We have not, if you look at the debt before now in dollar terms, it's decreasing. If you look at even the impact of the FAC allocation to the subnationals and what the federal government shares on the table now, it has increased. And that's supposed to go to the LG autonomy, to the very grassroots where development is supposed to take place, instead of having fuel subsidy concentrated on a few household members who own vehicles, who buy the petroleum product. So yes, it's both a public pain in the current terms, but gain in the long run.
Thank you very much, Nana. So she answered that fuel subsidy is both a public gain and a public pain. In the long run, it's a public gain, and in the shorter run, it's a public pain, right? So I believe I'm going to ask the next question to our second panelist. So from an economic standpoint, what are key arguments for and against the continuation of fuel subsidy in Nigeria? Most Nigerians would argue that, yes, we should have removed fuel subsidy a long time ago because the money that was used to subsidize fuel was being taken by a few, right? And while others would argue that, yes, let's take away fuel subsidy so the money can come back to the people. So I'm going to ask, how, from an economic standpoint, are the arguments for and against the continuation of fuel subsidy?
That's for me, right? Thank you very much, moderator. The debate about subsidy has been on in the country for some while. I must say, it's not only a Nigerian problem. We had other parts of the world. Between 2010 and 2014, India removed its own subsidy. Can this noise stop in this hall? It's not making sense.
Please, can we settle down so we can hear our panelists?
Okay. Another country is Saudi Arabia. Interesting, right? While we struggle to produce about 1.5 million barrels a day, they do about 9 million barrels a day. They have more money. They don't have as huge population. They also have reduced dramatically what their subsidy on fuel is. So it's not only Nigeria. From Nigeria's narrative and story, we got to a point where we don't have the money to pay. In 2022, we spent 9.7 billion. As at the time, that's about 7 trillion. Converting to today's money is about 15 trillion. By the time we pay that year, 2022, if you put all of the states in the country together, all of them, minus Lagos, all of the money they provision for as their income for that year together, if they got all of the money, be it loan, be it grant, be it internally generated revenue, together, it was at par with what we sequestered that year on subsidy, on just one commodity. You have a country, you have to run to build your infrastructure, you have to pay attention to healthcare, education, other areas of human endeavors. So you wouldn't put the same on a single commodity and you continue to have economics. What you have is what they call cesspool economics. So it's not a matter of if it was right or wrong, it's a thing we must do because that year we loaned 1 trillion to support the money we produce as a country to pay subsidy. And NMPC brought 0 naira to this country that year. So if we didn't stop it, especially the day the president took over, if he didn't stop it, we would have had what I would call a failed nation today. Probably we'll have states that can no longer pay salaries. So it's not a matter of if we have a choice to do it, it's a thing we must do to survive as a country, and that has been done. The next phase is what we'll do next, to cushion the effect, to insulate the people against the most abrasive impact, which I know the government is doing already. First, taking that feeding bottle off. It's painful, no birth without blood. We are suffering the pain, but that's going to be easing out when you have your CNG in your vehicles, not PMS. We have gas in country. The big thing we need to do is to provide the opportunity to do the conversion at a cheaper rate, perhaps subsidized conversion, and more vehicles will move to CNG instead of PMS, reducing their cost by as much as 60%. So that's a strategy, and the president and the country is doing so much in that space to bring gas to tanks instead of PMS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ingawa. From his economic standpoint, he said fuel subsidy is not just a Nigerian problem, it's an international issue. And for us, spending what we spend and what we make are almost the same thing. So it only makes sense that economically we remove fuel subsidy. If not, over time we will almost be regarded as a failed state. Thank you so much for pointing that out. And this leads us to the next question, which I'm going to be giving to our next panelist. Public health care, those infrastructure, which were the basic and the main reason for the removal of fuel subsidy. Are you seeing those things coming to light?
Thank you very much. Ordinarily, the main reason for removing fuel subsidy is for government to channel the savings and resources to other infrastructural development. And then from the time subsidy was removed, or let me say and then we have also seen an initiative of the federal government creating presidential infrastructure fund that has about 5 trillion naira. And then almost all the state governments have about an increase of about 40% to their allocation. So the question of whether we are seeing the impact remains a question that Nigerians are asking and should be asking, especially their governors. We have seen that the impact of FX rate is affecting the savings for the federal government. But we have not seen that impact on the allocation going to state governments. So we will see the impact when state governments are utilizing these funds as
are the potential consequences of removing them? Posing this question to you, what role can the private sector play in easing the transition away from subsidies, particularly in terms of job creation and economic diversification?
Before, from a governmental standpoint, you can only create the ambience for productivity by supporting organizations, private sector. And let me tell you what the president has done. In February, he executive orders. The number one spoke to oil and gas companies, tax incentives, exemption, remission order. That is going to become a sweetener for organizations to spend more money to get more oil from the bowels of the country. When you bring the billions of dollars into that space, you do a lot to create jobs and so many other cascades to other areas. Second one is about Nigerian content participation requirements. The order has further enhanced or supported how many Nigeria businesses, individuals who participate, especially in the oil and gas space. And the third one is the compression of the contracting cost, timeline, and the cost. It means the time you spend to get a contract. If you're a contractor, you are trying to chase a contract with the oil and gas industry, the time you will spend to get a contract has now been compressed. That is the logic. So the president did those three things. Do you know what the effect turned out to be almost immediately? There is this metric we use in the oil and gas industry, the rig count. The production of a country is directly linked to the number of rigs. It's like you want to get water off a formation or reservoir, the number of taps you have will determine the volume you can get out. So Nigeria at the point, as at the time the president was coming about the policy, we had just about 13 or 14 rigs in the entire country. It has grown to 19 right now. That's about 27% rise. The implication is you are going to be getting some superior oil production. And with that logic, giving tax incentives to organizations, they can perform more. Then flipping to the oil and gas industry and other industries to help a nation that is turning a curve. For some people who are getting cynical about our country as if we are not heading anywhere, I've always said we should just look at the general image of the country, having an helicopter view, not just taking one item in isolation without looking at how it aligns with others. When you have more money to fix your infrastructure, people might not see the infrastructure immediately. In another 5 to 10 years, you can see what the country is turning to. Lagos is a shining example. They launched the blue line some while ago last year, and the red is coming on board. By the time
a lot to ensure that the private sector is able to also help and assist in this transition. He pointed out that a lot of tax incentives have been put in place. He mentioned also that a lot of fuel rigs, if I'm very correct, has been given more for people to participate, boosting our production, right? And then he lastly also pointed out that we as Nigerians have a role to play. Come and take your own loans, go into this business. Let this be a joint growth. The growth is not only left for the government to, we also have a role to play. And then we can see that even in Lagos State, they've also done the blue rail, and now we have another means of transportation for Nigerians to access. So thank you very much for pointing that out. And lastly, I'm going to ask a last question for today on what are your thoughts on the argument that subsidies are poorly targeted and then they often benefit the wealthy more than the poor?
This is actually a misconception because those who are of the opinion that subsidy only benefits the wealthy have now seen the real impact on the average man on the streets. Subsidies have always been benefiting the poor because I can say that it's the only product that almost everyone in Nigeria has access to. So that means everyone is benefiting from subsidy one way or the other. And on the other hand, the mode and manner in which the subsidy is administered is also questionable. And that's the reason why the people with argument that it is only benefiting the wealthy, they also are right in their own case. Because if we look at the previous subsidy regime that used to be under the Petroleum Equalization Fund, we all know every filling station that you see DPR cleared site is supposed to be getting allocation from federal government. And that filling station, whether built or unbuilt, whether has product or has no product, can get allocation from government and can claim subsidy from government. That mode of subsidy administration has made it possible for people to understand that this subsidy regime is a corrupt system, is a way of corruption, and then this current subsidy that we have is a bit more cleaner than the one that we used to have, because only one entity is controlling everything. Then there is no, everything in Nigeria that people are involved, there is high propensity of corruption. But when there is a limitation to how many people can access that, we tend to control the extent of corruption that can happen in that aspect. So I believe that subsidy benefits almost everyone, and not only in Nigeria. As of 2022, data is there showing that the global fuel subsidy amounted to about $7 trillion. China alone subsidized fuel with about $2.2 trillion. The United States subsidized fuel with about $800 billion. So that means subsidy really benefits the common man. But in Nigeria, the way and manner of administration is what makes subsidy regimes to be questionable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer, for pointing that out. I would like to even chip in a little bit of what I've come to also learn and experience since the removal of fuel subsidy. I believe Nigerians are of the opinion that fuel subsidy affects the poor more than it does the wealthy. But to me, fuel subsidy affects us all, right? And as much as we've pointed out that, yes, growth takes time, and we're supposed to wait to see the benefits of the impact of fuel subsidy, the removal of fuel subsidy. But if we come to the case of the wealthy, most people that move with more than one vehicles, right? So now with the cost of fuel, let's see how, you want to start maintaining or fueling those vehicles all at a time. So to me, I believe that fuel subsidy affects us all. And then the same change or the same effort it takes for us to come out of this is collective, right? Let's not only look to the government to aid or to help to cushion the effect. So that responsibility lies on all of us. Please, can we give a round of applause to our panelists for all their contributions so far on the conversation of fuel subsidy?
So thank you very much to the fuel subsidy conversation. So we're having a group photograph with the panelists, the moderator, and the national youth leader. All right, without wasting much of our time, we're going on to the next program on our agenda. And this panel is going to be moderated by the National Youth Leader himself. The National Youth Leader.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, time is fast spent. I want to thank all of you who have been here, who have been waiting all the while, who have been here since morning, in particular our panelists and members. I want to bring on the stage the panelists on this session. Let me welcome Dr. Murtala Adogi. Please give me a big round of applause. Dr. Murtala Adogi. Can I welcome Dr. Agbo Abu Andrew? Where are you, sir? Dr. Agbo Abu Andrew from TPU, the Progressive Union. Dr. Agbo Abu Andrew, where are you? Can I welcome Mr. Francis Sugar? Can I welcome my darling sister, the Executive Director, Director General of the Katsina State Enterprise Development Agency, Kaseda. Please join us on the panel. If you are from Katsina, celebrate her now. A powerful woman. Nagaske, you know if you clap for your people. Can I welcome Mr. Muiwa Adebola? Muiwa Adebola, Hope HQ. Tech enthusiast, entrepreneur, digital technology specialist, this and that. Muiwa is man of many colors. Can I welcome Jaja to the panel? And so on this panel, we're going to be talking about unlocking Nigeria's full potential through investment in youth enterprise and also technology. How entrepreneurship and technology would help to enhance economic development. Sugar Francis is not here. Thank you very much. Well, let me give all the panelists 1 minute to introduce yourselves. Let them feel you.
If anybody here can tell me 2 points from the last panel, I'll
100,000 naira for anybody who can give him 2 points from the last panel. This man in green, eh? Please. After this panel. Our DG. We wise fake DG. We was DG of HQ. It's only DG, not the government. Thank you. He will give you your alert before he gives. Thank you. So okay, he's spoken. Moiwa, please tell us about yourself and what you're passionate about. Passionate about. One house, listen though, before you lose 50,000. Thank you very much. Director General and our own party loyalist. Please introduce yourself also beyond the party. What you're passionate about as an individual. No, put it closer. Dr. Murtala Doge.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Dr. Murtala Doge Mohammed, founder and the CEO of System Strategy and Policy Lab based in Abuja here. I work around having the nexus between technology, governance, and result delivery that facilitate development not only at national level, but at sub-national levels. Nigerians are hungry and hungry for results. We need to deliver results. In a tenure of 4 years for Mr. President and for governors, they have only 2 years to deliver results. The remaining 2 years is for election. 1.5 years has gone already. What are we basically doing? We need to use technology to accelerate the implementation of government policies and programs. And that is where I come in. The time is now. We talk too much in Nigeria. I am passionate about action, action and action. The people need support. The women need support. The young people need support. We can use technology to accelerate that and let the development reach the grassroots. When it is during election, we know how to go to every community. But after election, governance does not reach the communities. It is high time for governance to reach communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I love the nexus between the conversation about technology infusion with entrepreneurship. I'm going to go to my sister, Ajah Malum Fulshe. You have been supporting entrepreneurs in Katsina State with Kaseda. What do you think are the biggest challenges entrepreneurs in the grassroots or local communities are facing in being able to scale their businesses? And how has your agency been able to support in that area? Can you, engineer, please? The mics are failing.
We have a lot of unserved and underserved people financially. So we're working closely with the Office of Mr. President as part of the Renewed Hope agenda. We were here a couple of weeks ago in this same banquet hall. There was a workshop on financial inclusion, trying to make sure that these banks, through the main banks and other payment channels, everybody is included financially. No one is excluded. And that brings the aspect of technology, broadband penetration, access to data, and what have you. And then as a state, we have taken it upon ourselves. The Katsina State government, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency Malam Dikko Umar Radda, decided to launch a 5 billion naira MSME fund, which all MSMEs in the state can access. As long as the business is within the territorial confines of the state, every business is eligible to access that, which was launched a month ago, and the access was commenced from the 1st of September. So in the first phase, we have almost 1,000 businesses up for those loans as well. Then we have industrial facility centers. Those are clusters for businesses that deal with textiles, agri-businesses, digital skills, and leather works as well. The essence of having that center is to fully equip it, which the state government has done in partnership with SMEDAN, to be able to provide them with certain machineries. You find a machine, let's say for making of buttons or embroidery. A simple tailor cannot afford to bring out 40, 50 million to do that. So the state government has been able to provide that as well. Then we've gone into partnership as well with some development agencies like UNDP. They're supporting us with livelihood funds, technical capacity development for our entrepreneurs. So there's a lot going on at the subnational level in terms of entrepreneurship and business development to ensure that the youth are fully involved. Then aside of that 5 billion, there's another youth fund specifically for people within the ages of 18 to 35. If you're a youth between the age of 18 to 35, you can actually access the youth fund as well. It is a specific
I have a follow-up question to you before I go to the others. What M&A system do you have in place to measure the impact of this intervention? And after that, prepare your answer. It's going to lead me to your question. Are this micro-level intervention really working? And what should government, like CASEDA and other subnational, begin to do to ensure that many of these are intervention, market money, trader money, blah, 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 can begin to have lasting impact to pull people out of multidimensional poverty? So what is the level at which you're using to manage, monitor and evaluate the impact of the work that you do?
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So first of all, what we did was we did an MSME census. There's a difference between a survey and a census. A census, we went and enumerated each and every business. So we have right now, in the first phase of the census, which was concluded 2 weeks ago, we have over 600,000 businesses that have been fully captured and registered. So it's from that pool of data we're taking the first phase that we're supporting with the MSME funds. Then for the proper monitoring, we have 34 local governments. So in each local government, we have 1 focal person and 3 foot soldiers. So we have 4 people, we call them the DICO BDS Corps. That's the DICO Business Support Corps. So those BDS service agents are the ones that ensure that every single business that is going to access the money, in partnership with Bank of Industry, we're doing the risk assessment with them and enumeration. So Bank of Industry is matching the funds the state government gave. So of course, as a financial institution, they also have an M&E monitoring mechanism. So our intention is before the end of the year, we're going to have BDS Corps in each and every ward. We have 361 wards across the state. So on the aspect of monitoring and evaluation, we're working closely with the Bank of Industry to ensure that no stones are left unturned.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Muyiwa, I'm going to come to you after Dr. Adogi. Okay. And Dr. Muyiwa, prepare your mind for this. How do entrepreneurs leverage technology to be able to make their businesses more efficient, to be able to scale and to leverage? Can we please stop serving food right now?
Is it food?
Ushers and people. Hello? Hello? I understand they haven't served this corner. The whole front. Kolere, please solve this. Where is Kolere? Where is Ake? Where is Mrs. Aisha? This whole corner have not been served. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Adogi.
Okay. Hello. 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 Please, please, please. Please.
Please, can you just calm down for a while, please? Please, let's calm down for a while. Please,
we have told them to go out. Noted, noted. They will deal with it. Thank you.
okay,
Go ahead, sir.
okay. So please, I just want to ask this question. Hello, I want to ask this question. Is there any governor in Nigeria? Is there any governor in Nigeria that knows the number of youth in his state that are unemployed? So in Nigeria, there is no single governor that knows the number of youth that are unemployed. Good.
So we have a data problem.
Yes, we have a data problem because for a governor to start anything about youth, that governor must have the number of youth that are unemployed. And as of now, no single governor in Nigeria will tell you the number of youth that are unemployed. That is mean we need data before we can be able to monitor and track the impact of the government intervention. At federal level, NITDA is doing youth empowerment. Ministry of Youth is doing youth empowerment. Social investment, youth empowerment. Do we have a central dashboard that you can see what everybody is doing? No.
So what is the solution?
The solution is through Nigerian Governors Forum, every governor must develop an annual census to show the number of youth that are unemployed. That is number one. Number two, we must have a central dashboard at the federal government where everybody is doing everything. You can log in and see who is doing what. As of now, so many effort is going on disjointedly. With technology, we can do this as simple as APC and D. Akim Adesina, the former minister of Agric, he used a local techno and Nokia phone to send message to farmers through technology. That has given him the opportunity to become the president of African Development Bank. So in this administration, through your office, let's see how we can push governors. Let's see how we can push all the major political appointees, how they can have a central dashboard at the presidency or in the Ministry of Youth, where we can understand what everybody is doing. We can log in and see who is doing what. That is one of the ways to mitigate the future protests in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muiwa, Dr. Adogi and Ajia Aisha have spoken about what government needs to do and what government is doing. What do we need to do as entrepreneurs? How do entrepreneurs leverage technology to build, to scale, and also to be able to provide visibility for their business?
into e-commerce part of the business. What that means is that they've taken all their businesses online. If you are having any business today, even if it's consultancy or service-oriented businesses, if you are not online, then you are missing. So it also means that you should be your number one marketer of your brand. I give you an example again. Most times I'm being consulted or contacted by my friends and colleagues in the industry to help them recruit. And oftentimes they tell me, I need a graphic designer. I need a video production expert. And the first thing that comes to my mind are the people I see their stuff every day. With your WhatsApp status, I tell you, with your WhatsApp status, you could sell a whole lot. So that means that as you are meeting new people here, exchange numbers, make sure they save your number. Make sure you save the number too. So by the time you start telling the story of your own brand, people start saying it, and that's what gets stuck in their head. So if I meet a new graphic designer here today, or somebody who sells shoes, and I save your number with Alima Shoes, and I have good money tomorrow that I want to procure some shoes for myself, it is your number or it is your business profile that I will remember first. So it means what I want to, let me now summarize and say that digital marketing is the gold mine for you. You need to learn how to market your businesses online with, in fact, some of these tools are free. Sign up for Twitter, sign up for Instagram, sign up for TikTok. And I can tell you, let me go to TikTok a bit. TikTok is the most complete social media platform that we have right now. That is why for me, because we are seeing a lot of, elements, some unwanted elements in our society using TikTok to propagate their ideology, I will not support the fact that TikTok should be banned, because I know a lot of money is being poured into marketing in that space. So what I want to say is that TikTok is the most complete social media platform for you. You don't even have to pay for inorganic ads like you do on Google, like you do on Twitter, like you do on Facebook. If you can get your SEO right, with SEO I mean search engine optimization. If you are selling shoes, hashtag any of your posts with shoes in Abuja, shoes in Lagos. What time I want to go on TikTok to buy something, I will search shoes, and the algorithm will actually pick my location. What that means is that your account will be one of those that will pop up for me to buy from. So TikTok is your gold mine. Make sure you are on TikTok, make sure you're on Facebook, make sure you're on Twitter, and you are telling your own story. Don't just post and go. And let me round up with this. Social media is easy to understand. It is just a medium where people come to socialize. Don't be too serious on social media if you want to sell. Tell stories, crack jokes, make sure you are engaging with your audience, and you will sell, sell, and sell. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, I'm going to come to you. Clap if you want to clap now. I think this has been one of our most interesting sessions. Judge, skill is a major issue. Kaseda talked about how they've also been building capacity. Dr. Adoki talked about, no, I think it was Kaseda that actually emphasized that the issue was not money. The issue is skill. How do you build your own skill? Because do we have to rely on government to help your skill? How do you as a young entrepreneur upskill to be able to deliver an effective business?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm too passionate, and I understand how difficult and how hard it is to put an event like this together, and that's the reason why I started the way I started, right? This panel here is here to give you information that you can take home and turn your life around. And I want you guys to listen to everything that they are saying. I run a skills-based platform. The job of the government is to provide an enabling environment for you to succeed, right? And we live in a world right now where at the touch of a button on your phone, you could acquire skills that is relevant. We talk about youth unemployment. The problem is not unemployment, it's unemployability. We have a lot of young people who their skills that they have is no longer relevant in this time. That's the problem. The skills that you have is not relevant in this time. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we didn't know what influencers were. But now we have people making millions of dollars by doing TikTok videos. That's a new skill. That's what they call esports. People sit down and play games, play video games, and make so much money. We don't need to wait for the government to do that. All you have to do is to go online, research, get information. You have ChatGPT. You can ask it any question. ChatGPT, what skill do I need to make $1,000 in 2 weeks? ChatGPT will break down every different opportunity, platforms with links that you can go and you can learn these skills in 2 weeks. And you can go online and you can make money. Now I'm talking about just things that you can do without having to go outside your house. But outside that, we are 220 million people, if I'm correct. Each of us here, we wear clothes, we wear shoes, we barb our hair, we drive cars, we live in houses. The number of people that are doing the job to provide this service for us are not enough. There's opportunities. You going out there, going to YouTube to learn how to be an video editor or to be a makeup artist, that can provide an opportunity for you. You don't need the government to do that for you.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to start from where you stopped. Things as simple as leveraging technology like YouTube to go and upskill, build skills, and develop yourself. It's a very important factor. These are takeaways that you can take away as an individual. To go online, leverage digital technology to expand your capacity, to know how to do different things and monetize your talent. I'm going to go to Dr. Adoke. What do you foresee as the future of work?
I foresee, you see, related to this question, somebody asked me earlier today when I came here. He said, Murtala, where do we live? And I posted it on my Facebook and my LinkedIn, the response that I gave that person. Murtala, where do you live? I said, I live on LinkedIn. Check my profile on LinkedIn. I live on LinkedIn. Like the way he said, TikTok, mine is LinkedIn. People have green smart skills. Skills that go in line with artificial intelligence. Skills that go in line with respond to climate change. Skills that go along with work-life balance. Skills that go in line with managing family, managing home, managing crisis, and managing job, and creating money. All these are skills that has to do with job. The question we need to now rephrase or to ask is that, are our government building the young people here in line with these skills? The answer is no.
The educational sector.
So the education system now needs to come in. And that is why we are advocating for a policy and program and project that is youth-centered, technology-centered, evidence-centered. We need to learn the lesson from Rwanda. We need to learn the lesson from India, Bangladesh. You see, all these are countries that build the capacity of their young people. And they are doing amazingly well through educational reforms. In 1957, the Asian Tigers reformed their curriculum. And look at where the Asian Tigers are today. The Japan, the Singapore, the Korea, the North Korea. Look at how far they have gone. Nigeria, we're still in limbo. We're still sleeping. We need to wake up to do the needful. And the time is now.
Thank you. Ajamalum Fushe, he spoke about the need for education reform, curriculum reform. How are you working with the educational sector to drive entrepreneurship lessons, teachings, and habits in schools in Katsina?
Thank you very much.
Or among young people, even beyond schools, among your entrepreneurship education, among young people.
Yes, I understand what you're trying to say. So for us as a state government, we're trying to inculcate entrepreneurship into the educational system as well. We have a new ministry in the state called the Ministry for Higher Education and Vocational Skills. Under it, there's a Katsina Youth Craft Village where youth are drawn from the 34 local governments, excuse me, and they're trained on various skills: photography, digital skills, carpentry, catering, textiles, plumbing, building, you know, various skills, and they're trained for free. All they need to do is to produce an evidence that they're indigenous of Katsina State. And we partner with the Youth Craft Village. So once they're done with their trainings and they graduate, they're supposed to be handed over. So the first set of graduates we're going to have in this administration will be in December. So they'll be handed over to CASIDA, and then we take over the issue of access to finance for them and business development and capacity training. Then again, we've come up with a concept which we're starting in this new school session. That's the entrepreneurship clubs. We run some summer boot camps over the last 2 months of summer holiday, where we engaged young kids in primary and secondary school on digital skills, technology, innovation. So for us, we're very intentional in youth engagement and entrepreneurship development. So all those things are already in the pipeline. We have the Ministry for Youth and Vocational Education. We have the Katsina Youth Craft Village, and we have the Katsina Enterprise Development Agency. So our ecosystem is actually very ripe for all of that. And the curriculum is also been worked on to ensure that entrepreneurship is introduced as a subject in high school for them. That's secondary school, what we call here.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I don't want this panel to end because I think this is part of the lifeblood of the economy for the young people, about how do we create jobs, how do we build systems and all of that. But because of time, I'm going to take last words now. And the last words, I want you to break your last word into 3 dimensions. Everybody, your advice to government, your advice to young entrepreneurs. 2, your advice to government, your advice for entrepreneurs as individuals. I'll start from you, Jaja.
I think for the government, we've had different governments at different points in time. During Goodluck Jonathan, the initiative was you win. During Buhari, we had trader money, we had Empower. Now we have Super, we have National Youth Investment Funds and stuff like that. I feel like one of the biggest challenges that we have within our government, and I mean all administrations, is lack of continuity. A new government can come into power, scrap an old program that already has a structure, that money, a lot of investment was made to build a structure. For example, the National Youth Investment Fund is a structure, digital structure, physical structure, has been invested. And a new government come into power and they scrap it and start all over again. Imagine the time that we waste when that happens. I believe that we should focus more on continuing. If we can adjust, if we can change things, let's continue. If we continue, then we're able to achieve more within 4 years. Like he said, you enter office, the first 2 years, you are working. The next 2 years, you're running for office again. When is the time? What time do we have to execute the project? There has to be continuity. Take the last program from the last government, adjust it. Don't scrap it with the entire investment that's been made to put it together. That's my advice to the government. My advice to young people is this. John F. Kennedy said something. Do not ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. I say it this way. Do not ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for yourself. At this point in time, what can you do for yourself? You have to wake up and decide to do something for yourself. You can't wait for the government. Yes, they have the responsibility. We voted them to do this job. But we can't keep waiting for them, because when we wait for them, our lives are at stake. Wake up in the morning, acquire skills, acquire information, move from entitlement to enlightenment, and make sure they are able to get something for yourself. Thank you very much.
Muiwa.
Thank you so much, National Youth Leader. For me, I see potential policymakers in the building. And
I can't hear you.
One of the major things that we're asking for the government is inclusion. Some of us want to be appointed, some of us want to sit at the table to advise the government. Policymakers to be that it is never wrong to start afresh. There are so many sectors in our economy that we are just going around in circles. We've not done policy, we've not addressed the policy that is driving the economy or that particular sector. Policymakers should not be afraid to start afresh in terms of AI. We need a master plan for artificial intelligence in Nigeria. Because with artificial intelligence, we can solve one of our biggest problems, which is oil theft. Nigeria actually knows how much they are when it comes to crude oil today. But we do not know how much oil theft is taken away from us. We can use AI to attack collation and data management. And can leverage on technology to make 1, 2 naira, not waiting for the government for support. I think we should also look in our mobile phones to as little as voice-over artists If you know you have a very good voice and you can run voiceovers, you can sign up on Fiverr and start making.
Guys, this is a youth meeting. We are all leaders. We can solve this without doing this. Please, let's be matured.
I know.
Let's sit down, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce. A goodwill message from the CEO of Not Models. He will run his session tomorrow at the morning session. Please give us a goodwill message. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Greatest Nigerian youths. Greatest Nigerian youths. I know you guys have not eaten. On behalf of the organizers, I'm really sorry about this. And I'm sure it would be rectified. I'm here to support my dear brother here and see the amazing youth leaders we have in this country. And to just let you know that with all of us doing our bit, including the government, I agree, Nigeria is destined for great things. Please tell somebody next to you and say, I will be the reason Nigeria will be respected. I will be the reason Nigeria will be respected. Oh, everybody's hungry. Say, I will be the reason Nigeria will be respected. I know you are hungry. I know. I'm sure it will be sorted. Lead leader. People are really hungry. So anyway, thank you very much for staying to this point. I'm sure after this, food will be served, and we will say again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give Mr. Hello. Give him a big round of applause, everybody. Okay. Thank you. Right now, the last session for today on digital literacy by the team from NITDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency. Thank you very much, my brother. Over to you.
Great Nigerian youth. So this is going to be very short, and I just want all of us to pay a very short attention, 10 minutes maximum. Can I have Gloria and Umek join us? So what we're here to do very quickly is to share with us some of the things that government is already doing, so that all of us can identify those of them that we can be a part of. And I just want all of us to take just this very short minute, those of us who have stayed up till now, to really learn and benefit very quickly from it. There's a short video that is going to be shown right now to just explain what the project's all about. And after that, we have Gloria is going to speak for 2-3 minutes. Then Udeme is going to speak. Then all our team members are inside the audience. You can ask them questions after here, just to show you that the organizers of this program. Okay, let's watch this video. Thank you. Play the video, please. Let's have the video. All right. Volume. Let me just speak. All right. Thank you very much. So I will just quickly run through what the video you just seen. A lot of people are not aware of what government is doing. Yes, it's understandable, but we're here today to show you one of the things government is doing that you in your local government can be a part of. And that is why we need to pay attention and appreciate the fact that one of the ways that has been identified to be able to move people out of poverty into prosperity is through skills acquisition. And one of the major part of that is what is called digital skill. Government has seen it that for anyone, especially young people, to be properly empowered to take control of their life, they need to be given globally relevant skills. For all our 93% informal sector who are driving this economy to be able to move to the next level, they need digital skills to move their business to the next level. So let me tell you the big number. 30 million Nigerians are going to be trained in digital skills by the government in the next 3 years. 30 million. And that, I assume, includes every person in your community. So if you are looking for what you can take away from this gathering today, please take note. Government is training, not is going to, is already started. If you want to be a part of this as a takeaway, that is why we are here, to let you know what government is doing, and you can benefit from it. You can take it home to your youth, and you can actually connect to it. So what is digital literacy all about? Nigeria realized that everybody is carrying a mobile phone around, but not everybody is optimizing the power in that device in your hand. So the government, through NITDA, has put together the digital literacy framework to take every Nigerian, 70% Nigeria is being targeted to be digital literate by 2027, by 2030, 2027, and by 2030, 95%. This will change the life of Nigerians. So we have some of our colleagues in the audience wearing a t-shirt and a face cap. You can ask them questions immediately after now so that you can get to know how to connect with him. Two of the most important elements of that training that's going to be looking at that you can benefit from is what Gloria is going to talk to you about. She's an expert in it, and she has used it tremendously to turn around things that she's doing. So Gloria, you have 2 minutes to quickly tell us what this thing is all about in terms of content creation.
Thank you, Tayo. My name is Gloria Ogolie Hiosu. I'm a filmmaker. Can you hear me now? My name is Gloria Ogolie Hiosu. I'm a filmmaker and a content creator. I have basically trained lots of women and youths on content creating for positive behavioral changes. Why content creation? Content creation is one thing that can easily change the way people think about anything. All of us here are influenced by things we watched and things we listened to. That's what determined what we were today. It's what determined our career and what we aspire our kids to be. Therefore, content creation is a very powerful tool in tweaking the minds of people. You could use it to explain subsidy to the layman, because everyone in this room and in Nigeria basically watch over 100 videos a day or in a week. So why can't we use this content to be something that encourages positive change in the way we behave towards things? So every single thing, including the empowerment of women and youths, which is where my sector comes in. We teaching content creation has helped women and youths in whatever facet or sector in the industry to market their products and services. You can empower a youth and give them funds and grants and say, this is what you can do. However, if they do not know how to market their product and their services, then that money has just basically been wasted. Therefore, content creation is extremely important, and that's why we are training 30 million youths, like he said, to help create content for positive change, not just putting phones and cameras in front of children or your parents and making a fool of them sometimes. No. We can create content to change people's mind, to increase our businesses, and make a better Nigeria at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look, everybody watch skits. Learn. This program is going to teach 30 million Nigerians on how to improve on skit creation and content creation. One of the other biggest problems that we have in the country right now is a lot of things that is happening on social media, which is around, online safety and online security. So Udeme is going to talk to us very briefly. What is online safety? What's online security? How can it be useful for the 30 million Nigerians who are going to be benefiting from this program that government is doing? Udeme, please.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everybody. Thank you for staying through. All right, so my name is Udeme. I'm going to be speaking about online safety as regards of the project that NIDA is actually embarking on. So as much as a blessing the internet is to us, creating jobs, providing opportunities and platforms for people and businesses, it also poses a lot of threats. And I'm sure a few of us here, you've had maybe your Facebook or maybe your Instagram has been hacked before. Personally, I've had that experience before. And there are a lot of things, there's cyberbullying and all the sextortions that are happening on the internet. Security needs to be put in place. Security needs to be put in place. And of course, apart from just, you should think about not just online. Any country, any community, any family, security should be held top-notch. And so it applies same to the online space. And so there are a lot of considerations you need to put in place when you are in the digital space. You don't just get careless. Don't get careless with your details. And for a lot of us that don't pay attention to putting extra security levels on our accounts, maybe it's something you might want to be considering. Now, you might be excused if you don't know, which is why the program is going to be brought to you. But moving forward, you should be thinking about putting some extra layer security onto your account, like the two-factor authentication. Those are just settings, right? And you shouldn't be careless any longer with your details, right? And you should be paying attention to maybe the Chrome managers that can actually help you to save up your passwords and secure them, all right? Those are the things that we are going to be preaching during the NIDA program and lots more. Thank you,
all right,
sir.
thank you very much. And finally, somebody might be saying, I don't know how to be a part of it, so we're going to hear from Bright. How has this basic knowledge helped you in terms of your own career, in terms of moving forward, in terms of your life? Bright.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mokaru Bright. Well, before I proceed, I would love to say this. You know, my journey started during NYSC. You know, coming to NYSC, I got into a CDS where we were taught the basic knowledge of, you know, digital literacy, digital skills and all that. You know, I feel it's something each and every one of us needs. For a good and better Nigeria, Nigerians have to, you know, have the basic knowledge of what digital literacy is. Everyone needs a basic knowledge of digital literacy. So I will revert back to early last year, my sister, during the cash scarcity and all that. So when I came back home, I was like, okay, there's no cash for everybody, but now there's POS. But I will tell you, most traders, market man or market woman, don't know how to utilize these things. So I had to put my sister through that, okay, this is what you can use the POS for. It's not a device that will steal your money. It's not a device that when you make transaction, you definitely need to go to the bank and complain. No. So I would say thank you to her for listening to me, because all of this would not have been possible if I am not digitally literate. So please, we want to urge every one of you, it's not just the government alone. Our individual participant is definitely going to make this a success. Thank you very much.
All right, on this note, we just want to let everybody know, NITDA is working, government is working, digital literacy for 30 million Nigeria. You can be a part of it. And how can you do that? Go to dlforall.nitda.gov.ng. Anything government is doing to reach 30 million people is a lot. Thank you very much for our time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Dr. Linus Okori dropped a link for the program that he said he was going to have. If you're here with your phone, you can kindly save the link. Dr. Linus Okori, the motivational speaker who was here earlier, he dropped a link for the leadership class that he mentioned earlier about. The link is gotni.africa/NLC. I take it again, gotni.africa/NLC. For the last time, gotni.africa/NLC. All right, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the Progressive Young Leaders Summit 2.0 Day 2. It was actually nice and it was fun having distinguished personalities, speakers, and so much more to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Mr. DJ, we'll go for the national anthem while we close for Day 2. Mr. DJ, please, the national anthem. Mr. DJ will be playing the national anthem, so can we be on our feet for the national anthem? Thank you very much. A round of applause for our nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much. With these.